Showtime, showtime, showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to La Coupe de Africana. It's our fourth season, and you guys know exactly what time it is. It is time for PUBG Mobile action at its finest, and what a ride it has been. We had day one of the Gauntlet stage kick off yesterday, and now it is day two. The one chance for some teams to make it straight to the finals. Their journey starts here. But at how we actually got to this stage. So we kick things off with the wild card stages that gave us the top 16 overall teams. And then we have the regionals where the top 8 teams per region advance to the group stage. And then we have the gauntlet, which is where we are at right now, where the top 7 teams will advance straight to the finals. And then 8th place to 15th place will go to the group stage. And then 16th place will go to last chance. And then we'll head over to the group stage where the top 2 teams from each group advances to the finals. 3rd to 7th place moves to last chance. And then in the last chance, the top 3 advances to the grand finals. And then in the grand finals, the champion will earn a slot straight to the PMGO Africa Season 2 finals. Now, that is a mouthful, but I think it's pretty straightforward. So we kicked off region wildcard, then to regionals, and now we are in gauntlet. And after that one, then we are going to take the action all the way through to wrap things up to understand how we got here. But now let's move on to the next stage. Point system remains the same. The chicken dinner is all or nothing, 10 points on the board, as we all well know, and a 6 pointer for second place. And then third place with 5 points, fourth place with four, fifth place with three, sixth place with two, seventh to eighth place with one, and ninth to 16th place, no points for you. But with every elimination, you get 1 point apiece. And then we take a look in the gauntlet stage, the teams that we're going to be keeping our eyes on, the teams that are going to be participating, as you all well know, we've got Mazor, Neon Outlaws, Nexus Esports, is that OTech or DTech? I can't tell. Well, I think it's OTech. Regnum X, Riz Esports, Royal Academy, Rage Esports, Double RG. Then we've got the guys from Slime to Kill. And then we've got Team Mali, Team Panic, Team Pride, X Force Rejects, You're Defending, PMGO Africa Champion, Fallen Ruthless, Terra 6 Wakanda, B13, Fear Us, No Pressure, Sierra 1 Esports, Force Strength, Zeus Morris, GH Apex, more Rain, Elevate Esports. Now, these are the big dogs that are kicking things off. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, without too much talking and yapping, it is time for La Coupe de Africana, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the match, and it is time for us to take this one all the way through. 17 teams, 59 players. It doesn't get any better than this. The action is on, and it is on like Donkey Kong, and we already know what time it is. We know what to expect, and we are going to be locked in here nonetheless. But what a ride this one has been so far, and it has turned things off just a little bit more to give us exactly what we are going to expect to see for ourselves. Who wants this just a little bit more, and who's going to take that chicken dinner? Would have been nice to get eyes on the leaderboard just to get an idea of who's sitting where and what the current state of things is going to be. But we'll see for ourselves. And right now, eyes will be on Fear. Do have the map in front of me, so that will give you guys a little bit of an idea. We did have a plane path cutting through from military base all the way to Savannah. So we had a plane path that cut right through the middle. So everyone was blessed here. Every single one was blessed here. If you're playing the west, you're playing the east, you're playing the north, you're playing the south, there's a north zone for everyone. Playzone has decided to play a little bit towards the eastern side though. So we do have Farm, Milta Mansion, Prison, Milta Power, Lipovka, Pochinki, Yasnaya also in the conversation. These are all areas you would like to be in. So eyes are going to be on the prize here. And now we will see who wants this one a little bit more. Right now we have Team FL, and on the horizon here, still got a couple of teams with similar rotations I would expect, as we all know that this is something different, something maniacal, as we've come to learn. But the guys from, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is a G G1. Trying to remember what team that is supposed to be, but can't really tell with the way things are set up. But we'll see for ourselves how possible that's going to be. But either way, we will see. Is GH Apex or something else? So we have the overall ranking, so we'll see who is on board right now, who is leading things as it stands right now. So let's take a quick look right now. The defending champions of the PMGO from South Africa, fresh out of the EWC as well. PMWC X Force Rejects, 60 points on the board, with Elevate Esports chasing behind as well with 50 points. Zeus Morris with 49 in third place. Mazor in fourth with 45. And Double RG is also in the top five with 44 points. RGX, Regnum X, in sixth place with 43. Riz Esports in seventh place with 35. GH Apex um, in eighth place with 33, Neon Outlaws with 32, tied with full strength as well. And the guys from No Pressure are in 11th place, 29 points on the board for them. Falling Ruthless chasing behind as well, and More Rain and Team Pride in 14th with 24 points, B13 with 21. And the guys from Mali Esports with 18, sitting in 16th place. And on the other side of the leaderboard, we still have a bunch of other teams who haven't really cracked the code just yet. We'll take a look at what the leaderboard is going to say about that one. But it looks like we are going to be back. S2K have an idea to lock in here, but it's a good start to see who wants a little bit more about this one. And they are going to have to play a little bit closer on this one. But S2K, all by their lonesome outside, is a duo as well. Eagle and Zar. Similar context there. Melton saw him losing out to Royal Academy as he did get swept away there in the little exchange that he had somewhere in the southwestern side of the zone. Has been a very, very dramatic trade-off there because it looks like Hypnos has been caught out. He does get knocked away. Oh, that's a fantastic grenade. And he tries to take the 1v1 against Finn, but he loses out. And that will be the first team back in the lobby, Royal Academy. Not feeling too royal right now, as they will be swept aside onto the zone there. Play zone is still not yet closing out, but the countdown has kicked off, and it looks like Neon Outlaws going up against the guys from GH. It looks like they've been losing out on this exchange there somewhere in the school, and they will be taking them back to class. Molotov right through the window there from Death Stare. And Death Stare does lose out a little bit more there. Takes a little bit of a hate bit, but Lazy Baba or Laser Baba tries to trade one off, and it looks like Neon Outlaws could be in a world of trouble here, as Baby Zen is going to be the last one left. Beekeeper tried to escape, but unfortunately he will meet his end on the other side of an S12K. Starlight follows suit as well. Baby Zen manages to hightail it and get out of dodge there, but Neon Outlaws not the start that they were expecting. And unfortunately for them, they lose out. They take the hit. And it's unfortunate that they don't seem to manage their expectations here. But it's still part of the game, though. Still something that they've seen so far. They can't seem to hold off the lines on the other side. But Team 11 have something to work in their favor. They can manage to get this one riving through. They might decide to just manage the zone for the time being. But we do have play zone closing out in just a couple of seconds. The rotations are about to kick off any moment from now. And it will be a deciding factor of who wants it more, especially going in from that that southern side. Team Pride as well, you can see them inside of Primorsk, not having to move around too much. But Neon Outlaws, they've had a very, very rough start. Losing two of their players out of the three-man lineup is so unfortunate. But Team Pride on the other side, they do have a Wickman, Quilla, XYZ, and Yen. Very strong lineup. Surprising that they are sitting on the lower side of the leaderboard there, but again, it's not all about how you start. It's how you finish. But again, the start also plays a major role on how you finish. Redux gets caught out there by Ozar, and these two teams have started to trade things off. Another one goes down. Daddy's the next one to follow suit. Ozar is exposed. He does get dropped away there, but Redux immediately getting flushed, and it looks like that will be the end of the road. Sahil goes down to Eagle. And now S2K will be shooting to kill for sure. They drop yet another team. They add to the deficit. 4 eliminations now. And Eagle and Ozar working very, very nicely, getting themselves 4 eliminations to the good. It's a very good start. Very fantastic start as well. For a duo, you have to respect it. You absolutely have to respect it for a duo, man. It doesn't get any better than this. But we will see if they will continue to stay up to the mix there. Looks like RJC and FL are going to be trading off. Biscay gets caught out again to try through, and Yo Plate immediately takes one in. S12K straight to the chest. Fadzo pulls up into the mix there, and that is another one that takes the hit. Viper is still knocked away there, but there's a chance he does get picked up. And Fadzo will be coming through with the sequence, and they are going to be holding out in shelter. This is a fantastic position to be in as well. Very central, not having to move around too much. But Emo also takes a hit. It looks like that will be another one. Wickman immediately goes for the flush. Team Pride capitalizing on that trade-off. XYZ gets another drop. That's 2 bodies now on the other side. Goes, pulls up, trying to take the 1v1. Quilla trying to get the off angle as well. First shot, jump shot again with the number 1 drop. Yen gets the job done. Wickman did get knocked in that exchange, but the overwhelming force of Team Pride will come out on top, and they will drop another. GHA on the other side now trying to take in on against Baby Zen from Neon Outlaws. But Baby Zen immediately there with the S12K packs one in, tries to take a 1v1, tries to go for the flush, but unfortunately Faith was right there with a mustard seed and shotgun shells to pull him back into the lobby. Neon Outlaws eliminated, and the points dwindle away. It's a very, very rough start for them. No points on the board as well. Did deal some damage there, but not enough to change anything. But we have to try again, though. It's been a very shaky start for Neon Outlaws, the Western teams in general. But it is a Western team against a Western team there, so up the West. But right now, Play Zone closes out slowly but surely. 40 players in the mix, 12 teams alive. And all of them have a very, very interesting idea of what rotations they're trying to make. You can see the guys from Moraine also making a rotation from the northwestern side. We do have S2K in the north as well. A majority of them trying to play in from Yasnaya. That is the expectation I'm having here, though. We still have some teams who are yet to make the move into the zone, the likes of Team Pride. And I believe the guys from Terra 6, similar rotational patterns. There's a big chance they will run into each other, but it would be smarter for them to run into each other before they make it into the zone, because if they do get conflicted, or rather confronted by the blue zone, it is going to be very, very long night for those teams in the western side. But it's all about the ideas and how you execute them right now. The guys from S1 did lose Melton in that earlier exchange. They did get 2 eliminations for it, so not a bad trade. Could have been a better trade, though. But that central part of shelter looks like that is where all of the action will be brewing. And you can see how that is one for the books there. They drop yet another. Ideas are flowing through for majority of the teams here. They've tried so many different things, but it's all about how much of the zone you can actually control, especially with the number of players you even have. And that will put a cause and effect there for Team 11, seeing as they have secured 2 eliminations. They've had a very fantastic draft as well. And they will try more of a sequence. Hopefully they may be able to find something here as we see. But that is something that we will know for a fact. Xenos, again, this is a team that has been putting in a lot of work as well. And that is something that we will see. And we'll see if there's going to be a big drop as well. Or either way. And we'll see if there's something that they want to do about this position that they go for themselves right now. But we'll see. Again, the game has started relatively very slow for some of these teams still, but it's still very ideal for them to hold this on. And this is the roll-up that I was expecting, that I did talk about in the western side. Terra 6 and the guys from Team Pride, there's a big chance that they run into each other. The intel has been provided by Wickman, but Terra 6 doesn't look like they want to commit to this. It looks like they are going to be on their way in the eastern side of Pachinki, making a rotation around the corners there. Quilla is going to circle back. Wickman continues the onslaught, gathering more intel. Yaros, Forgotten, Future, and LB also on the drive down onto that western side. There's a chance they make the move on forward, though. But we will see if that rotation will yield results. But it looks like there is a chance that they will be running to another team in that western side and potentially making a move down south towards the farm area. And that is where things are going to go from potentially bad to worse. And now we'll see. See if there will be a little bit of a trade-off. But we'll see if Clutch has something to say about this one, though. Potentially could trade something on the other side, though. But everyone has ideas on what they want to do, something they want to hold on to. That could be a major violation right now for Riz Esports, who are currently sitting in that clutch position of number 7 on that leaderboard. They need the points to make sure they can guarantee a top 7 finish, because that is where you want to be. That is where you need to be. Remember, if you finish outside of the top 16, you're going home tonight. You are going home tonight. And all of these teams, they know that the stakes are high. This is La Coupe de Africana, one of the oldest running regional tournaments. Has been on the horizon here, the 4th season. And right now, all roads lead to PMGO. The bullets are starting to fly again. Viper is going to be the one that does something about it. That is where it starts to get a little bit spicier. Fadzo gets the sight line across the board there, drops Finn. And that is the action that we were talking about here. FL are not stopping, not even in the slightest. They have everything working in their tandem. And they have everything they want to see this game out with. For 3 eliminations, and there is a chance that more is on the horizon. All they have to do is see this one through and hold on the lines there, and they might be able to make sure that there's no other team that can play in that area. You can see the rotations potentially on the board here, and that could be the change that they do manage to put together. And that might be theirs if they see it all the way through. But again, there might be a chance for a little bit of a change in strategy. But Team Pride, you can see, trying to hold the South all for themselves and not having to worry about making those late dash rotations into the zone. A little bit more central for them, but we do have majority of teams with similar ideas. They have about 6 or 7 teams in that central position, but there's only one team that can really claim it for themselves if they do start to make their advances quicker and more stealthy with every single swoop. Right now, Team 23, Clutch, on a little bit of a powerhouse. And Riz, like we said, cannot afford to lose out here. G1, you have a thought. And that is a little problematic. But Riz Esports, I don't think they want to commit. It's not going to be the most ideal. But if they can manage it, they might be able to see it through. They drop another one. And it looks like they want to commit. Clutch feeding him a little bit of more intel, but he's found a little bit of a blind spot here, and he breaks inside. The grenades should have started flying by now. But the guys from G1 have wasted a little bit too much time. They have allowed Clutch to get a little bit too close. So Haki pulls up, and that's what I'm talking about. Good grenade from White, turns it out. Inside out as well. Clutch not feeling too clutch-like right now. Be getting flushed into the corner. Grenade from Well tries to go for broke. And this might be the opening he's trying to get for. Launches that one outside. Cause for concern there for Haki. Tries to take the 1v1, might be taking a little bit of a drop there. Fades over to the corner, jump shot into the corner as well. Tries to take the 1v1 again. Tries to go for another jump shot. Beautiful sequence, but Lakers is there, gets the drop on Ragnar, and Haki starts to charge his own grenade as well. If he can launch this one perfectly, he might turn this one around, and he launches that one into the corner, but it's no dice. And Rez, can they hold this one on? The pickups are currently going on through. He cannot make any mistakes. What's a beautiful bounce, and he drops another, and Haki's the one. He's hacking this lobby, dropping another one again, and this guy still going for the pickup inside of the space, and now tries to go for the trade-off as well. Yen pulls up into the mix as well for the other side, and that will be a wrap. It is Team Pride that will reap where they did not sow, but they do not care. They take it on, and they get 6 eliminations, and now is a beautiful opportunity for them to take that position away. Perfect alignment, perfect arrival. They drop another. MG still knocked away, and unfortunately he gives up. The Ghost does not allow the points to go anywhere else, and he wraps that one up. But Haki's position given away, and now they know that he's all by his lonesome. He's trying to make a dash for it. Wick and Yen will be in hard pursuit. But it looks like Haki's going to make a little bit of a quick dash for it. Shots already flying through. He's taking so much damage. And the Wick man will burn him out. And that will be number 7 for Team Pride. Good plays coming through there. Shoot to kill. Or rather, slime to kill. Starting to get those points up and over. Still have a long way to go though to crack into the top 16. Need a whole lot more, roughly about 10 more points to get a little bit safer. But it's not too far. It's not too far-fetched for them. It's still a major possibility for them. All they have to do is see this one out, see it all the way through. They might be able to just close the curtains a little bit closer. And that is where things could go from potentially bad to worse for some teams that haven't found their rhythm just yet. It's a little bit too late, though. You have to do a little bit more. And that is a long draft, a long shot. Well, Team Pride comfortably starting this game, particularly very well, if you ask me. Not a lot of bodies in the zone, though, as we are in stage 3 of the circle. The play zone is already on the move. So ideas are starting to ramble around there. Zone already closing out, especially from that northern side. Some teams have been forced out of Yasnaya as well. The rotations over to the eastern side is going to cause a lot of chaos. RJC being one of those teams that could be in some turmoil on that western side. If they do get caught out, doesn't look like that will be the case, especially for those teams that are still trying to play inside shelter. Likes of Team Pride. More on the other hand, trying to play in from the north, uncontested. Team 17 also trying to make their own rotation just outside of the circle, making a major wrap around that eastern seaboard position, just outside of Lipovka. It's a good idea for them, though. They do have the entirety of the east for themselves. The play zone, though, is going to cause a little bit of a traction pull. But there's a lot of space inside of this zone to work something out with. There's a whole lot of space. So it could be anyone's game at this stage. Play zone shifts around again quite nicely here, and he does bless those teams in the south side, a southwestern position. The Team Pride heavily blessed here. Terra 6 as well. And RJC are going to love this one, but more now setting your sights on Team Fear. Looks like Mighty got caught in transition. They're immediately getting flushed by Phoenix. They're not going to take any chances. Intruder now trying to hold off the lines. But it's a good position, a good start. As the play zone has shifted away towards that south, we saw the shift. and it is going to cause a little bit more concern. You could see why he runs into the wall, because he probably had his map open for the rotation. We all know when that happens. If you see anyone running into a wall with their car, you just know that they have their map open and they are looking at the rotational pattern instead of where they're actually going in the car. I know you guys in the chat to know this. If you don't know this, you don't play this game well enough. But Intruder and the guys from Fear as well. Rough rotation for them though. They don't have vehicles on ground, nothing on site. A little bit more of a constitutional awareness problem for their part though. But the guys from Slime to Kill, good start for them. But lest we forget, the placement points have not started to roll up in full effect just yet. But there is still chance for them to do something about it more as well. We saw that rotation come in a little bit earlier, but they're not in the zone just yet. And now RJC, there's a chance they run into Team Pride just up ahead in that corner. They make a little bit of a southern dash. The guys from GHAT, or rather, and guys from the Ghana squad. You can hear some bullets ringing around in the corners there. We know exactly what is at stake here. They might decide to trail this one up. But now, below with the sideline over to the top side. Fear have been spotted. Terra 6 as well. But right now, Team Pride, they're loving this. Fear setting their sights now. Angry goes down. More not loving the trade-off that they've got themselves into that northern side. This is going to be very problematic for them. The rotation is going to cost them a little bit of something there. But RJC setting themselves up quite nicely just outside on the south side of Shelter. They have been trying their absolute best to hold the lines here. But this is where it's going to be very tricky. XYZ catches Shiva in the trade-off. And now Light is all left to him. Can he hold this one up? XYZ's too close to Shiva for comfort. Doesn't look like he can get the numbers up. Doesn't look like he can pick up his teammates. But we're about to see now if Team Pride are going to capitalize on this knock that they've gotten. Shiva is going to have to hold it up through. Shiva is exposed. Light too far away to protect his teammate there. Unfortunate scenario for him. Can he get the drop on him as well? More sprays over to the top side. And Light is spotted. It's going to be a pull up into the scenario setup right now. Light has to get out of dodge. He has to reposition. And the guys from FL also in the mix as well. They want a piece of the action. But XYZ has a sideline, and they are going to hold the library just a little bit more. And Light is going to make a dash for it over to the hillside. Escapes the danger. He does take some damage as he moves away. Team Pride will continue to live on just a little bit more, but it looks like FL will be pulling up into the mix, and they do want a piece of the guys from Terra 6 as well. And it does look like they immediately pack Terra 6 out and put them back into the lobby. Yoplay now trying to hold up for his teammates, and Terra 6 somehow gets swept away in quick succession. But now this is a major opportunity for Team Pride to capitalize. But unfortunately for them, Team 17 pulls up to the mix, and this is about to be where it will be a major problem for them. Can they close out? Can they eliminate one of the guys from FL? Can they draw it up into the other corner? CGO getting called out as well. 17 in the trouble again. And again, he takes another hit. It is Quilla now that gets an angle on him, and he scoops it over to the side there. End of the road for him. And that will be the end as he does get packed up. And unfortunately, that will allow Team 15 FL to get themselves back up to full strength. And that exchange, it caused a lot of problems here. Both teams are going to be going band for band here. More spotting around the corners there. Viper now with a shot across. He does catch Faith in that exchange. And here comes Intruder. Moving up onto the hillside. Not sure they're aware that Light is up there as well. He might as well start sending light beams from that hillside as well. Takuza from S1 and Zakuza will work in collaboration to get a drop, and Light does get lit up immediately, and that will be the end of the road for RJC. They go out in 8th. They do get some points on the board as well. They drop another one, and that is a major change. FL go down again. They lose another set of dropout positions. And Team Pride now add another one to the mix. 10 eliminations for them. It's a very, very good start for them as well. Luz and his teammates, can they make it out of dodge? Can they move forward? You're spotted. They might be taking hits here. The moment they start to take their hits into the shots into the corner as well, they make a very, very quick successive dash going forward. And it is going to be very, 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 very hard for them to make something happen, especially from that position that they have decided to use to get into the next phase of the zone. Team 10 been caught out. They're getting dropped one after the other. Fado, Yen. Oh, Yen does get caught. And that could be major trouble now for Team Pride. Wickman as well. There's a whole world of trouble, but Wickman actually gets the job done, gets the trade-off perfectly as well. And Faith goes down as well to follow suit. But Quilla is right there to wrap that one up. Watch Me goes down. More in a whole world of trouble. But Team Pride still having their eyesight on the guys from FL. 11 eliminations here. Yen does get picked up. Smoke path is clear and potentially on the move. But Team FL do have the zone. They don't have to move around from this position. All they have to do now is see something happening through here. And Yen goes down. But again, FL will not commit. They can't do anything from this distance. They cannot add more bodies into the other side. It can't be too much of a threat. It's all a matter of whose spray is better. Oh, that's a fantastic spray from XYZ, causing a little bit of a problem there for FL. They cannot commit too many bodies. They cannot peek out a little bit too much there. They have to find space. They have to find an angle. Watch Me goes down again. FL capitalizing on that space. And now more could be in a world of trouble. If they can't find a space inside to play out of, they are deep into blue zone territory, and they are taking so much damage, so much heat from Xenos and the rest of his team there. They're causing a lot of havoc to that south and that southwestern side. There is so much problems going on there, but it looks like Team Pride, they want to wrap this one up. And Watch Me goes down. Here comes Team Pride. Pride goes without a fall. They trade one off, but unfortunately it doesn't work. Quilla has to pop out of his vehicle as well. Tries to pop through. Yen is deep in the blue. I'm not sure what the plan was here, but it looks like it's not working. That's two bodies now getting caught out for Team Pride, and somehow they make a dash for it and they lose two players in that quick sequence. I'm not sure what the plan was there, but it did not work and they get blown away. XYZ goes down, and that is unfortunate for Team Pride. They bomb away and give the chicken dinner to someone else. It was very, very unfortunate, but that is the end of the road. FL will get the chicken dinner. And what a game that was. Team Pride finished out in second place, and they wrap this one up. Wow. I mean, go hard or go home, man. If you don't do it, what are you doing, man? If you don't take the risk, what are you really doing, right? If you don't take the risk, what are you really doing? But that's the game, ladies and gentlemen. That is the game. But stay locked in. We have that's match number 1. We have 5 more matches to go. So stay locked in with us. You're watching La Coupe d'Africana. It is season 4. We'll be right back to bring you the next game. right, it's showtime, showtime, showtime. Welcome back to the party. It is La Coupe d'Africana Season 4, and we are about to head into Miramar, match number 2. And we have some amazing teams go up and at it in the previous game. And now, can they do more of the same? We're going to see for ourselves how possible that is going to be and who's going to turn this one around. But we'll see. Eyes on the prize. Eyes on the prize. Eyes on the prize. And we are seeing the horizon here, the way it is turning up and turning out. But let us see. Okay, yeah, this is one for the books. This is one for the books. Playing path cuts through from the southeastern side. Well, not really, similar playing path to what we had in the Erangel game. Similar playing path to what we had in the Erangel game. So those teams I do love to play from the western side to the eastern side, north, south. They are all encapsulated in this game. I don't think anyone has to worry about it too much, unless you may be far western. If you're one of those teams that does love to play, maybe out in El Pozo or Monte Nuevo or something along those lines. I think this might be a little bit of a harder drop for you. But if you're one of those that loves to play a little bit more central, then you don't have to worry about too much. Now, honestly, I'm going to be on the trade-off again. We're going to see how it's about to line up and turn out right now. We'll see if the guys from Riz will find your footing. Team 24, they can find their rhythm. Maybe they might turn this around, but Moore had a pretty decent start in the previous game. Tried to find their way over to the last drop in the zone. But unfortunately, did not yield much for them. Probably have to try something different, though, to see if there's going to be a possibility. But either way, Neon Outlaws are back to full strength. Starlight, Baby's in. That guy and Beekeeper have secured themselves that their first elimination. So we're going to see. There's a little bit more there, but Starlight does get called out, though. He does get knocked away. And that is where the cause for concern for Neon Outlaws is about to be here. They have secured one elimination, but they will have one of their players eliminated as well. Play zone has been moved over to the south side, so it is a more of a south type of zone. So Partona and Minas del Sur, Minas de Valle de Mar, Los Leones. Those are the areas you want to be in. I think Chumacera as well. That is where you want to be. Let's take a little bit of a trade-off there. I'm not sure he's aware that the guys from Fear are just over the horizon. But I'm not sure that little Uzi and the Tommy gun are going to stop that loot truck from getting all the way around. And Beekeeper is going to take something around for this one, but it looks like Team Fear have pulled up into the mix. Again, very poor awareness, though, coming through from G1. Why? There's no way they allowed this guy to make it. Right? Yeah, there's no way they allowed him to make it, man. And that's going to be a wrap for him. So he's going to be swept off as well. Very Dad gets the flush. fear, secured our first elimination. Trying to get more confident and more controlled. I do apologize for the technicals, ladies and gentlemen. This will all be sorted out once we kick off the group stages. Everything is going to be 10 out of 10 once we kick off in the group stages. But these are all these technical difficulties where this is the last time we are going to see them. Everything is going to be top notch from the group stages. Production is going to be back on track. Everything is going to be locked in for the group stages. But for this Gauntlet stage, unfortunately, a lot of unforeseen hiccups did pull up, and that will be the wraps on that one. But Baby from RJC, Baby gets pulled out as well, knocked away there, flushed as well. Not what they were expecting, RJC, so they did get caught out. But that is nothing that they've not seen before, though. Could be a little bit more problematic for them. Not the best start. Nova and S1. Now RJC are having a separate little trade-off there, but Light actually gets the shot on Nova. And Nova's probably gonna have something to say about that one. And RJC had a different lineup in the previous game. And now they have a different lineup in this one as well. But we do have 15 teams, 45 players, all looking for a chance to get into the PMGO, the PUBG Mobile Global Open Africa Finals. This is one of the pathways of getting into that little pocket of global stage performance. Unless we forget to have the PUBG Mobile National Championships for Kenya Grand Finals this weekend. It's a offline event. I believe it's in Nairobi, one of the universities there. And then following week, we would also have the PUBG Mobile National Championship for Nigeria as well, which is also going to be an offline event. Right now, S1 have been very vocal about holding their positions. They are trying to do something about it, but even at that, on the little cultural horizon there for Zakuza, being the only one that has secured any eliminations for them, though. It's still his game to win for Team 21. And that is the thought process into how the game has evolved so far. There will be some little ideas on how they want to make sure that the position that they have in the zone is very, very proactive for themselves. They've tried every single thing and every single corner, but it has been a very, very tough start for them. GH, one of the guys from Ghana crew, will have to try something different. White saw how he got eliminated earlier on. He was swept away. when he was trying to get something out of the loot box. Not the best, not necessarily close enough to even be the best start to the game, but it's not the worst shout. That is the idea that they have been able to ride with. Right now, it's pretty quick for Team 17. Team 12, Slime to kill. They have added their third man. It is Youngs. It was Eagle and Ozza that had to play as a duo in the previous game, but it did not stop them. Not even, I don't even the slide. It did not deter them from making their voices heard. Now that is the little trade-off of what we've seen. Sajad was get caught out and get knocked away too. Not what he was expecting, but Faith as well. We saw how proactive he was getting, and Sajad is going to be flushed there by try again. It's going to be first elimination for them. Again, the teams are starting to converge in that southern side. Redux is also going to have to position himself in the most offensive ways. And that is the little idea that they have created either way, but it's still very problematic for those teams that haven't made a move into the next phase of the circle just yet. It's kind of like a back and forth from what we've seen so far. Play zone is in the south, and the likes of I believe some other teams who haven't just found their rhythm just yet, but the likes of Neon Outlaws are going to make their dash from that eastern side. Same goes with the guys from Royal Academy too. So we will see if that is going to be a possibility, but nonetheless puts things into a very interesting perspective for them either way. And that is a little bit of a thought process where they will try and try again. Tachi trying to hold up the northern side of the zone, but more teams are trying to get more central. In Team 10, we have seen them trying to get more central as well. It's all about who wants to do this at a more affordable rate or a more consistent rate over the time lapse that we've seen for ourselves here. Even the guys from Team Pride, slow start for them, could do something differently this time around. If they can get something out of it, though, it could turn things around for them. But again, it is still a very questionable setup from what we've seen so far. Right now, the guys from yeah, loss to Rijad earlier on. I think it put a little bit of a dent in how they wanted to play this game, though. They will try something different, though. They will manage to get a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more consistent in the way they have kept it slow and steady. Still a chance for them to turn this around, though. Pressure is on, though, for S1. Not had too much time to try again. They lose out a little bit more of a proportionate setup for RJC. They've not been too quick to navigate. It's been a slow start for them either way. Same goes for Rizzy Sports, who have also not necessarily had the best start for day 2 of this Gauntlet stage. But we are very much in the mix here. A little bit more central, a little bit more of a setup from what we're originally used to, but it does not stop the, not been able to stop the game either way. Yeah, still very consistent. And they have been doing a lot, though, keeping more intel. The guys from Team 10 have a little bit of a high ground position. You're not giving that position away, not even in the slide test here. And that is where things are about to go from bad to worse for some of those teams who are yet to find their footing in match number 2. Remember, the goal is to finish in the top 16 for a chance to at least not go back home today, because you do not want to go home today. You do not want to get caught out today. You do not want to lose out today. You have to make sure that you do exactly what is right for your team. You can get every single point out of this. You have to make sure that the pressure does not get to you. That is where it starts to get very problematic for some of these teams here who are yet to find any joy from finishing the game strongly. It's been very, very aligned. We've seen them do this time and time again, though. But after that last game where Team Pride showed their level, a little bit of a distance and a dent between themselves and everyone. Milton getting caught out there, not what he was expecting, but it is still part of the game there. He does get mesmerized with the bullets, and he's dropped away. But FL going to capitalize as the play zone starts to shrink, and now the action is going to get a little bit quicker and quicker. All about the setups and the layups into the final third. Luz has not moved just yet. Play zone has shifted away here, though. It's much more central. Sarah still very much in play. You can see the guys from Team Pride in that northwestern side, and they are starting to hold the region for themselves. And S1 with a similar idea, but it's going to be very difficult for them, seeing that there are only 2 of them. And Team 25 also have the same dilemma. But fortunately for them, they have the extra man or extra player to manage that one. But Team Pride have started to ride away, and they get the first drop. Someone gets blown away there, dropping the second one in the sequence. Team Pride now trying to capitalize on that northwestern position. Looks like that is going to be theirs to hold. Oza gets a drop now. Slime to kill, starting to slime the ops, but Jerry gets a drop on Quilla. Quilla immediately gets flushed, and now try again, gets a drop on Eagle. Eagle trying to hold through. Wickman pulls up into the mix. Angles fights on the other side, and that is going to be the end of the road there. He tries to go for the 1v2, but he loses out, and the trade-off is complete. Yen was equal to the task. Our position players are learning the hard way, and it's going to be a very tough drive through here, but it does work. and it does see all the way through. But it is going to be very difficult to keep the aesthetic as well. It's going to be a very, very long rotation around the corners there for Neon Outlaws. But they work everything to make it happen. They did lose Starlight earlier on, but they have 4 eliminations. Fair trade, if you ask me. Team Pride also have lost, I believe, Quilla in that exchange. Not what he was hoping to get out of that one, but fortunately for them, those eliminations are not too slender. So they will put this one into a brawl up. A lot of action in the south side of the zone there. A very, very dynamic play, Oza. Well, baby had no idea, but they hit him with the wham, and tears will roll down his cheeks as he goes back into the lobby. He was not expecting that one, and slime to kill. If that is not the slimiest way to pull someone out of the lobby, that doesn't get any better than that. Neon Outlaws have been cut down now to two players. It's that guy and Beekeeper. Getting absolutely bombarded with bullets there. Had no idea how they were going to manage that area, but unfortunately for them, they don't see it through. They try to lock it inside as well. That is where things are going to go from bad to worse for some of these teams, because these guys from Neon, they don't want to give away this position just yet. They're quite nicely set in the south side. All they have to do now is get over the obstacle that is slime to kill. So we will see how that could potentially be theirs either way. That guy has to press forward as well. Shots flying through. Fanzo goes down to Itachi. Hitters going up against themselves there. Viper immediately going to trade one off. Itachi gets knocked away as well. Good trade for them. And Team 15 on this one. Hypnos goes down. That guy immediately gets a drop on him. Royal Academy in a world of hurt here. And your play is equally right and even to the task as that guy gets another drop. That's going to be elimination number 5 for Neon Outlaws. And Fato has to press forward now. Grenade from Xenos. If he launches this one, it will get the job done. Just a little bit closer. Emo already low on HP there. Tries to take the 1v1. Another grenade is going to be launched over to the side there. Xenos is very careful. Tries to play it off into the corner, but he knows no chance. He's going to get struck for. Trillum as well follows suit. And that will be a wrap. Goes back into the lobby. 3 now for FL. And they're cruising through the lobby as well. Dropping bodies in their wake. Fair Pride. Itachi exposed. Will be getting flushed by Xenos. 2 apiece now for Viper and Xenox. They're absolutely cooking. 4 eliminations aboard for them. 5 for Team Pride. Wickman, the latest to secure something for himself and his team. And you can see them in a little bit of a corner there. If they can spot, if he can get the angles on this grenade, he might be able to do something about it. He bounces that one through. Make it happen. Not likely. It will not be smart for them to go downhill. The corner, they might be able to make something happen. Oh, that's a beautiful spray from Yen! And bags it up with the last shot. XYZ gets the last laugh. And that will be a wrap. It will be wrapped up like shawarma and put back in the lobby. And now we're down to 12 teams now, 26 players alive. Takuza gets caught out by Light. RJC not drawing any blows, but Light goes back. An Eagle trying to catch future win. Ghost Up also gets caught by Fadzo. FL tearing through the opposition one after the other. And they are very, very proactive with the way they have managed this so far. Xenos get knocked off in that exchange though. CGO have them locked up as well. Team number 17. They have to make sure that they make this count. The distance too far to cover. The guys from FL are gonna have to swing across here and get the off angle, and it does work. Viper is the one that's gonna get the job done, though. Will allow for them to apply some more pressure. Knox trying to spin around the corners there for Team 17, but they can't find it just yet. But they stay very equal to the task there. Eagle finally goes down, courtesy of that guy. Neon Outlaws finally getting a piece of the action as well. Team Pride now setting their sights onto the guys from Riz Esports. And that play zone is not friendly. Towards the northern side. It does bless the guys from FL and I believe Team Pride. Similar concept, similar context. And a whole bunch of teams have not made their way into the zone just yet. They're dropping bodies though, but Beekeeper does get blown away by Ozza. Again, another one from Team Neon Outlaws takes a hit. But they do fish out 7 eliminations though. More on the upper echelon. Try again, getting more confident as he makes a rotation into that little deep block that they have set themselves in. Their Team 10 are going to have to find a way to control the entirety of the South. Royal Academy have an idea and they work in collaboration with Riz Esports as Clutch gets a drop, but Clutch is going to turn around and eliminate one of them from Royal Academy, but it looks like Team 10 are going to make a dash for it. Well, Team Pride have them on the top side. And now they're all out. It's all about them holding the lines there. And they will keep the intel a little bit closer, but here they come. Team Pride, grenade from XYZ is immediate, and it forces them back, all the way back. XYZ immediately presses forward. The end with the first grenade, trying to trade off again. That's there, tries to go for the flush. And XYZ goes down. That's 2 bodies now, getting caught up with Team Pride. Big trouble here for Team Pride. They can't seem to deal with the Ghanaians. They drop another one. Another spray from Wingman. Load up onto the right side, immediately goes for the flush. It's going to be a trade-off now. It is a solo. It is a 1v2. And the guys from Riz Esports are in the back lines. A grenade over the top side might get the job done. And he launches over to the top side, but here comes Faith. Oh, what a beautiful grenade from Wickman. Wickman might go for the 4-piece now. Tries to drop another, but unfortunately, Playzone will not allow him to do anything here. And that was dangerously close. Team Pride about to lose out there, and now FL, they're about to do a back-to-back chicken dinner, but here comes Neon, and there goes Neon. Team Riz capitalizing on that angle and will send them back into the lobby. And we are down to 6 teams, 12 players alive. FL, it is their game to win at this stage. They have everything going in their favor. Viper's grenade is a 2-for-1 special. Hacky and Ragnar both go down. Riz now trying to hold this on. 2 bodies in the other side. Clutch, can he clutch now? Plate. Oh, almost exposed. Viper is right there to shut him all the way down, but it's a 2v1 special, and it's a sandwich that comes through. MG tries to take the 1v1 on the other side, and he actually makes it happen. Death Stare goes back. Stares in the face of death, but he does not succeed. He's going to be swept away. And now another one for FL, and take a look at Fazio's position. Squeezing them, squeezing the life out of Riz Esports. No Riz this time, no charisma, can't seem to manage. And the guys from FL are quickly turning the lobby inside out. And now Riz Esports, can they manage to hold out the expectations? Wickman gonna be the last one left for Team Pride. MG's position compromised. They know exactly where he is, but so does Wickman. Can he move over to that southwestern side and rotate around the corners there and deal damage to the guys from FL from that conspicuous position? Doesn't look like it's going to be the case though, but he does get into his vehicle and he gets out of dodge. Smart play from Team Pride. They want to hang on. They want to make sure that the job is done by finishing very strongly as well. And a little bit of a quick dash into the corner, swapping through, but he immediately exposes himself to the guys from FL on the other side, but manages to make a little bit of a closer dash. MG's been spotted, raising the whole world of Earth, holding through, and he almost pulls out of his vehicle there on the other side, but manages to hold off. MG has been riding this one out. Future Win gets the drop. Terror 6 finally making an appearance, and what a time to appear. Viper getting stung from the back lines, had no idea that the guys from Terra 6 have future in the backside. Yo, Play trying to make a dash for it as well. He's exposed. Nox goes down. Riz with a final hit. Lose is going to be smoked away there. And it is going to be future win the last one through. And immediately somehow Wickman crawls out of the desert unseen, unscathed, gets another one away for Team Pride. Back to back 10 eliminations. And they might be able to add a little bit more here. Viper low on HP. They can find an angle and drop him off. But unfortunately, they do not get it done. But here comes Wickman now fighting on two fronts. MG still a problem. He is still a cause for concern for either of the sides. Rez Esports, can they use this angle unforeseen to capitalize on FL on the other side? Future wins position already compromised. Wickman has him dead to rights on the western corner there, and he might be able to box him inside and force him to make a rotation around into the southeastern side. But it's going to be difficult right now because he knows that FL still have the advantage of an extra man. It is solos all scattered all across this path in Miramar. Lacop, the road to PMGO is paved with good intentions, but evil intentions out now for MD because he's about to close the chapter on the guys from FL. They have had a fantastic run of games, and he closes the door on future and sends him all the way back to the past. No chance for him now, and that gives them a little bit of a floating switch because Wickman is going to be the next victim. He cannot afford to poke his head. He will be getting dropped off. MG now immediately heads back into his vehicle, tries to circle back, but unfortunately play zone is not too favorable, and now he will be getting swept off into the zone, and he takes a hit, but Wickman steals that one away from the zone, decides to take the blue and takes the black instead, and Fadzo and Viper trying to spread themselves out widely, but Wickman wants to take the 1v1. Grenades about to fly over the sequence now, and they know that this is a job well done, surely, but they don't want to commit their bodies just yet. If Wickman's grenade lands, this could be troublesome, but that first grenade from Viper almost causing commotion for Team Pride. But now Viper starts to make a dash for it. If this grenade from Wickman is good, it might be able to change the game here, but it pops the smoke over to the left side, provides a little bit of cover for Team Pride on the other side as well. Viper slowly and slithering, surely making a dash. Fadzo pops through, and Wickman drops him, but he's not going to escape Fadzo, not even in the dice. FL take the chicken dinner. Team Pride in second place again. Exactly the same way it played out in match number 1. FL take the chicken dinner. Team Pride get the second place, and FL take 10 eliminations. Team Pride take 11. 2 games in a row. 2 games in a row, and everyone is locked in. What a performance that has been. Action, action, and more action, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching La Coupe d'Africana. 2 games down, 4 more to go. We'll be right back to bring you match number 3. Showtime, showtime, showtime one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching La Coupe de Africana, the Pro Series Season 4. And it's the Gauntlet stage. 2 games down, 4 more to go. We're about to enter match number 3. It is Aaron Gill for the second time tonight. And we've had a very interesting sequence of games. Match number 1, it was FL that took the chicken dinner with Team Pride coming in second place. And then match number 2, Miramar. FL takes first place again. Team Pride also takes second place. So you could see that those two teams were the powerhouses of that lobby. And that was a lobby that had the defending champions RJC in it. So that should tell you that these guys are not here to play. No stone left unturned. Solid performance across the board from those two teams. But now I think we're about to have a little bit of a different mix right now. Different teams, different setups, different ideas. And now they're all starting to get locked in and ready to fly and get themselves into that top 16 spot, because that is where you need to be to get to the La Coupe de Africana Grand Finals and secure yourself that one slot, that one chance to the PUBG Mobile Global Open stage, the finals, the Africa finals. That is the road to PMGO, and it starts here. It begins here, and the plane is in the air. We have RRG in the mix here. Brand new set of teams, brand new set of players, brand new set of concepts, brand new set of ideas. Playing path cuts through from the west to the east. So a little bit of a different one though from the last 2 games. Playing zone was and we had a little bit of a south to north zone. Right? Yeah. You had a south to north in the previous matches, but now we have a west to, I would say, northeast. So different strokes for different folks here, but nonetheless, it's very, very ideal to see who's going to take this one a little bit closer to the vest here. But we have a very, very different set of teams going up at it here. But it is all pronounced, it is all proactive. We're going to see who's going to turn this one out and who's going to capitalize. Then we'll see. But I believe this is no pressure. One of the better, stronger, experienced teams from the east side. They're trying to get more confident in how they've set this one around. But very proactive for them, though. It has been a very good start. Something that we've come to learn and understand for these teams so far. They has been a little bit more convenient setting themselves up here. We'll see. If there's anyone that wants this one a little bit more right now than Zeus Morris, you can tell. And a whole lot of big dogs in this lobby as well. So some teams trying to avoid being problematic. They will try to make sure that they don't get caught out. You have to understand that is the plan here. There are so many different ways. So many different ways of coming out on top and understanding what it takes to finish the game very, very strongly. Here you can tell that is the strategy being employed by majority of these teams. You can tell exactly what they want to accomplish with how they have been able to manage themselves and their games and the style of play that they want to hold out with here. We've seen that time and time again. Not too many teams are familiar with having to close out early stages of the game. Such a tournament like La Cup as well. It's not too unheard of. They will try it though. Again, it's all about consistency. It's all about being very consistent, especially in the earlier phases of tournaments like these. You always want to do the right thing. You always want to have a good plan. You always want to have one. Can't afford to make any mistakes. And that is where the play zone does give you a little bit of comfort, especially on earlier rotations though. There could be ideas, there could be a little bit of an overwhelming factor, but it's not something that is going to be too much of a cause for concern either way. Again, you do have to stand tall and stand strong. Make sure you see it as the proactive line in. But statutorily speaking right now, the big dogs are in the mix though, RRG being one of them. And we do have Pala, Melio, Pew Pew. All of the very, very conspicuous names that we do know about. They are going to be very, very dogged in their own regard, in their own perceptions or perceptions of what they should be doing, what should be considered important to them. That is the expectation either way, but even at that, it's not been too problematic for any of those teams. For strength as well, they have had the similar idea. They have done it right though, if you ask me. A little bit of a trade-off from what we are used to. Again, it's all about getting proactive. It's all about doing exactly what needs to be done, especially at the right times here. Looks like the action is going to be brewing up with Mazor, and it is going to be Federal Royal Academy in a world of trouble here. Yang gonna be the first victim, but Kyrgios also is discovered in his hiding place. Very far away, but very equal to the task. Sprays continue now to apply a little bit of pressure to slow the roll and slow the push from the guys from Mazor, but Yang is not gonna be so lucky. Federal is looking for it, goes for the drop, and now guys from Mazor also in a world of hurt, because it looks like RJC are going to pull up into the mix as well. They want a piece of the action, and Shiva, Baby, and Light have pulled up, and now they want a little bit more. But Mazor, they learn who it is, and they get out of dodge with the quickness. They don't want anything to do with this. You can't be mad at that. They don't want the smoke. They just want the fire. And unfortunately for them, they will learn the hard way, and there is no such thing as not wanting what you need. That one for free. Look at that. The way they have set themselves up again, it caused a little bit of a problem in their own understanding of how to play the zone and make sure that they have everything in order to win the games, though. I have to try something a little bit there, but that will be a wrap. Reverb and RJC in full swing now. 3 eliminations to the good. And B13 now setting sights on more over to the northern side. Not giving away too much, not giving away too little as well. They have been very proactive and very, very decisive in what it is they want to do here. Something very ideal in the way they have set themselves up, though. You can't even be mad in the way they've done things. So good start from them. Very, very good start. A very proactive engagement pattern from what we've seen so far. RJC are up 5 now. This is the RJC that we exactly know is very capable of these things. They know exactly what to do. They know exactly how to see the game through. And now Elevate have been caught out. Looks like they are going to be the next victim. Shiva did take a little bit of a nick there, but that does not slow the roll, does not stop the push, as he's going to be pressing forward as well. Here comes Elevate. RJC, this is going to be a rough one for them, though. I'm not sure they're aware of who it is. They're not going to back down, not even in the slightest. They get the drop on them as well. They drop another one. Logic goes down this time around, courtesy of Shiva. In behind, drops another. 7 eliminations now for RJC. They press forward. Devil's getting caught out. No chance for him. They're going to stop him dead in his tracks. They're not going to allow him to press any further. And Thugger is right there. He's trying to get the shots away there, but no dice. Baby was right there. And Elevate get absolutely torn to shreds by RJC. Thugger is all by his lonesome. He is all alone there, surrounded by the top class of RJC. Overwhelmed on 4 different corners, on 4 different sides. They spot him up, and surely that is going to be the end of the road. He goes down to a DBS from Shiva, and RJC are up 9 eliminations in under 95 seconds. That should tell you that these guys know exactly what it is. They know exactly what to do. They know exactly when to do it. And this is not unheard of for them. They had a little bit of a slip up in match 1 and 2, but they will not be slipping up here. And they bag another major drop. Eliminating the team that is chasing you in second place is just absolutely diabolical. What a game the RJC have kicked off here. Remember, the goal here is to finish inside of the top 16. If you can finish in the top 7, even better. You don't get to play in the group stages. You just go straight to the finals. And that is the smarter play. If you can make it and just finish out inside of the top 7, that is where all teams are fighting to go to. The top 7 finish is going to be the most ideal finish here. Clutch as well, trying his absolute best to see something. Very ecstatic play. Zeus now, Kevin Baby did get knocked out there, but I think he does get picked up in that exchange. Very difficult to make it out of here, though. All over Hacky, Clutch, all firing away there. They are getting that they want. Vehicles going up in flames. Fortunately for them, the smokes will do the job, and they will hide their escape. They will reposition themselves as well. Royal Academy is also in the mix here. And Thorfinn, he also will have to make a quick and honorable decision. And that will be the end of Hypnos. Royal Academy go down. And Z's bamboozled as well. Not what they were expecting to have, but it is what they found themselves having, though. And that is a major proliferation, though. Even at that, so many causes there. That will give them some thoughts as to what really matters to them. But Riz did have a fantastic game in the previous match, though. I'm not sure if it was enough to change anything. It was enough to trade them off. And that is the onslaught that they've set themselves in for. And there is a little bit of a problematic divination for Zeus right here. But again, remember, the goal is always to finish off everyone else. And if you can't, well, do your absolute best to not finish in last place. Oh, okay. Gosh, Boyka has a. And Fallen Ruthless have a plan of their own, but RJC's plans look like the only plans that seem to be working, with 9 eliminations on the board for themselves. Slazy, in a world of hurt there, he does go down. Double RG could be in a world of trouble there. They can't seem to find their way around getting out of the danger spot right now. Ghost up and F1 in the mix for Team 25. And they are also getting a very good start with 4 eliminations on the bounce. They can turn this around either way. They might wrap this up also. And they take hits into positions now. Triller and Pew Pew on the horizon there. Double RG fantastic spray onto Triller's position, and that will deter him from pressing further even more. Melio cannot afford to lose too many teammates here, but Slazy unfortunately does get swept away by Swash there. No pressure. Somehow, some way, getting in on the action. Pew Pew goes down, also losing out. Double RG, this is not how they wanted to start this game. Dezinho from and Shakir from Fallen Ruthless are going to be rolling up from that northern side. And the occasion is about to change dramatically, very, very quick. It is about to be a very, very dramatic shift. And that is where things are going to go from potentially bad to worse if these guys can't find a way around that last bit of play. Triller with a a close-up shot and a roll-up position. That's giving him a little bit of consequences to deal with those rotations coming through, but no pressure have had all of the answers. Right from no pressure, if they can capitalize on this, I believe they would. It's all about who wants the play zone now and who's going to make the right call. The definitive positions are very ideal here. All they have to do is stick with the script, and more they can. It would be now would be the best time to do that exactly. They have to be set to be sure. So they have to be very, very right. Shots are going to be ringing every single time Zeus turn around. The U13 off the ladder, trade one off. That's 2 goals now for Zeus, and they might be going all the way to the top of Olympus. I guess closer and closer to wrapping this one up. 5 eliminations now, and Mazakaza is about to have something about this one. A grenade might be launched in his general direction, but he is compromised, though. They know exactly where he is, trying to take the one against again. But unfortunately, it was just too much for him to swallow. The bullets will fall right where they need to, and they will put him back into the lobby. But Melton now gets a shot on Rez. It looks like it's clutch. That is going to be his first victim. Gets him dropped away as well. And that is very, very majorly on the setup that Riz Esports have for themselves right now, because S1 have a different setup. They are very compact. They're playing in behind, close to the water. They know they can at least make sure that they don't have opposition teams from that area. So it's a very smart play from S1. But now they do have to deal with the guys from Zeus inside of the city and make sure that they don't get overwhelmed, especially from that eastern side. But there's a big chance that that doesn't happen, though, because Riz still have a similar approach here. They are all inside of the play zone. Rotations are not needed at this stage. RJC, though, will be traveling in from the northern side. Haven't given away too much. More as well over to that northern position. Could be any of them taking over that side as well. But right now, Fallen Ruthless have everything working in their favor. But the only thing they don't have is eliminations now. Light, not going to be so lucky. Does get lit up immediately there. But Riga passes up the way. But Riga goes down. And Intruder tries to phase through. That's 2 bodies now dropped away. And here comes Shiva trying to make a dash for it. Another one pulling up onto the other side. RJC now, watch me, pulls up for more. They will not allow RJC to get a little bit more confident. Well, that is the plan. They try to hold through. RJC in a world of hurt. Shiva deep in the blue zone. 2 of his teammates knocked away. And somehow, some way, this one may have just fallen out of reach for RJC. Shiva, he is very equal to the task, though. But does it look like he wants to commit, as Intruder is going to send Baby back to the lobby? And Shiva is going to reposition. I know he's not going to let this one slide. I know he wants to wrap this one up. And he repositions himself immediately now. More could be in a world of trouble if Shiva decides to get on top of this building. He could cause problems for them. Phoenix immediately rose up to the center position there now. I'm not sure if Shiva's aware, but he pops out immediately. He's aware now, tries to take over the high ground position. More shots from Shiva, and Shiva does get wrapped up by Phoenix. And more were ready to give it all the way up. And they wrap the guys from RJC back in a swaddled cloth into the lobby. Solid performance from Moore there. They had everything, all the information, and they played out to perfection, not losing a single player as well. Very, very good start from them, capitalizing on the knocks, going for the flushes. And that was the right call, the right way to play there. A big definitive action from Moore. And now all they have to do is control the northern side and make a quick dash into the zone. But if you take a look at the zone right now, the south side completely controlled by 4 strength, and they're about to show their strength. Zakuza from S1 They're still very much a little bit in the zone in that northwestern side, but now this is where the decisions will start to make for recompense there for Zeus. They want to make sure that they have this entire area for their lonesome. Thorfinn immediately leads the charge. Grenade over to the corner there, but that's a beautiful drop through coming through from Thorfinn. And he might go for the second one, and that's another drop. Kevin Davies right there, but unfortunately Thorfinn had his number and dialed it immediately. And S1 getting overwhelmed, and that is the danger of playing a little bit of a split too tight and too far out to produce any sort of definitive and defensive action. Stone passes out immediately as well and tries to get the angle on Melton. The strongest man for S1 tries to take him into the other corner, but unfortunately missed the other shot. And no chance for him. Zakuza now, it is all left to him. The last one left for S1. And all he has to do now is keep the guys from Zeus at bay, but he decides to get back into the car and run away. That was the bad idea. And surely gets pulled out of his vehicle by the same team he was trying to escape from. And that was just unfortunate. Take a look at that, no pressure, showing exactly what they're made of. More now pulling up, more now trying to hold it in. Intruder pops through as well, gets spotted out, and the angles there getting absolutely railroaded there by the guys from No Pressure. That's a fantastic grenade. Intruder judges out just a little bit too much, but Phoenix is right there, no chance for him. He goes down. Intruder doing his absolute best to hold on, but this one's getting slipperier by the second. Another projectile flies over the top side. Kevin Baby, in the meantime, gets swept away. But Phoenix also getting rolled up onto the other side. Intruder's throwing everything he's got at this one. Watch Me takes another hit. He also will be taking this last breather, and that will be the end of the road. Spiky now trying to pop through. Spiky now holding on to the corner, but that will be the end of the road. No pressure. Cool as you like. They wrap the guys from more and give them less. They send them back into the lobby. No chance for them to get anything, get hands on No Pressure. It was an unfortunate press, but again, you have to respect the guys from No Pressure. They knew exactly how to defend the lines, and now Falling Ruthless. It is their turn. Can they get a space in the zone? It is very compact in that southern side. Capitalizing in the positions that they have laid out in that northern position. Again, it is going to be very difficult for them though, but F1 have an idea of how they want to play this. But here comes Shakir now, setting side, ghost up, tries to pop through. Had no idea that the Ops pull up in behind. It is the bird that gets a knock on him as well, and he immediately gets swatched up. And now Itachi trying to turn this one into a Rasengan versus Sharingan battle, but doesn't look like either one is going to come out on top. Spiky, he's been causing too much problems on the other side. Amelio is going to shut that down. RRG, finally they roar, and they can feel them now. They can feel the rage on the other side. More pressure now from RRG. They lose another. Zeus are not going to let this one slide away. 10 eliminations on the front foot, but again, the plays are not favorable. They will have to make a move for it, and they have the hovercraft and their coops to make a dash into the zone. This is the perfect time to make that move while all of that commotion is growing out in that central position. But it's all about who gets there in the right time, who takes over that position and wraps it all up as the game continues to progress. Swash plays forward now pressure, and the guys big dash as John and Sahil have been spotted, but unfortunately for Moon, he can't seem to get an angle there to make something happen. But full strength, there's a chance they can squeeze this one through. Cave and Baby as well over to that south side. They're trying to make something happen from the north southern position. Again, it's been very difficult for them. No pressure. Also trying to make a little bit of a dash over to the hillside on top draw. But Daddy and Boyka are not allowed to get a breather. Tazino also gets swept away. There's no chance for Sajad. I don't think he can get picked up here. He's crawling from deep into within the confines of the blue zone. You can see Glixie's taking so much damage there finally, and he pops through. Boyka and Daddy doing an amazing job, but Daddy tries to take the trade-off, immediately gets a knock, and that is going to be a quick hit for Swatch. Surely has to get swept away. He has to get flushed. He cannot allow him to take 1-1, but he pops through. He has a shotgun, Daddy. He has a shotgun, and he immediately gets swept to the side. And he will show why he is his daddy. Sahil is going to be the daddy of No Pressure, and he sends them to their room and puts them in timeout. Back into the lobby they go. Full strength now have everything working for them. Nami and Koos on the other side, forcing the issue for Falling Ruthless in the northwestern position. None of them in the zone. It is only this guys from Team 24 that are in the zone right now. Falling Ruthless or Full Strength, one of them has to make that brave push, that brave play into the next phase of the zone. And this is where it is going to be smarter and wiser wiser for them to play as a unit. You can't play too many splits here. It is going to cause you a lot of distress when it's time to make that dash into the zone in the final third. And Fallen Ruthless, this is the time for them to make that decision. This is the time for them to decide for themselves that this is the right call to make. Shakid is already making a quick dash for it. Fallen Ruthless have decided to take it on to that southwestern push. This is the smarter play here, and this is where it gets important. Boyka pop through again, the corner. Take a look at that. Boyka takes one for the road, but he's going to be knocked away. Daddy's going to have to pop through as well. And the numbers capitulate under the pressure. Here comes Zedu. Navy over to the other side, and Force Strength, they capitalize immediately. They use the to descend on them, but Navy's not going to be lucky. He's going to be swept away. Moon on the other side immediately goes prone, switches over to the AUG, tries to pop through over to the left-hand side. And the guys from Falling Ruthless, they will not fall today, but Force Strength, we're about to show them now that the strength is too much, and the strength in the grenades are about to be launched over to the side, and now they capitulate one after the other. Shakid trying to get picked up. Zedu is there under pressure. Another grenade. Surely that one connects this time, but Zedu is still there. He could still be a threat. He is still low on HP, but they don't know he's inside. He goes for the flush, and he doesn't pop through. He's not aware that Zedu's there, and he turns around. Zedu gets the drop. Moon immediately sends him back into the lobby. Zedu capitalizing on Q's position, and now somehow he's turned it into a 1v1, and he doesn't have the zone. Q's immediately makes the advance into the corner, and I'm not sure Zedu was aware. He pops the smoke. He's not in the zone as well. Pops another one to conceal his next plan, to conceal his motion, but Zedu knows exactly where he is. He saw the smokes lawn out, but again, he's going to launch his own smokes as well. Zedu from Falling Ruthless against the guys from Full Strength. Whose strength is going to be more? Will Zedu fall today? Will Ruthlessness rule? And will Ruthlessness come out on top? But here they come in the 1v1. Falling Ruthless have Zedu climbing past through. I'm not sure what the plan was here. I'm not sure what he was trying to do, but he's going to learn the hard way that Goose strength is too much. The M12 pops in. Surely now the job is done. I don't know what just happened, but he popped through behind the car, allowed himself to get destroyed by Force Strength. I'm not sure what the plan was there, but Zedu, that was a bottle, a Coke bottle, a Fanta bottle, whatever bottle you want to call it. That has to be the biggest bottle I have ever seen. Fallen Ruthless, Zedu, pack it up. Pack it up, Unc. You just gotta pack it up, man, because I don't know what that is. Nah, man. Nah. You just got to pack it up. You have to pack it up, man. That's just unfortunate. But ladies and gentlemen, that is what the road to PMGO is all about. That is what the pressure does. Pressure makes diamonds. And if you're not a diamond, you will turn to stone. And unfortunately, Zedu got caught like a deer in headlights and he turned to stone. Falling Ruthless will fall away to Full Strength. Full Strength will take that chicken dinner. Well deserved from them as well. They did an amazing job. Didn't get that many eliminations, but at the end of the day, the chicken dinner will reign supreme. 3 games down, ladies and gentlemen. 3 more to go. We are locked in here. Match number 4 coming up next. Showtime, 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 ladies and gentlemen. We are still locked in. And now it is the rise of match number 4. You are watching La Coupe de Africana season 4. The road to PMGO has kicked off and is in full swing. So if you know that it is time to get your match books out and start doing the math, because that game we just saw, absolutely incredible performance from Force Strength. Also, incredible performance from the guys from Fallen Ruthless Zeus as well. All of these teams putting in that work, but it's still anyone's game going forward. It is all about finishing in the top drawer. And again, we've seen this time and time again. Teams stepping up to the plate, finishing very strongly in one game. Fortunately, they capitulate in the rest of the games. Hopefully, that is not going to be the case this time around. But we will see. As the plane is already in the air, WRGE and a couple of other teams. It is all left to them. They have to get they have to get very, very comfortable in finishing the game strongly. You have to see this one all the way through and make sure that the job is done. Because there's still a long way to go here. The road to PMGO is paved well. Fallen Ruthless, the start they had in the previous game, it is very, very, very solid. And, the way they have set themselves up nicely in that one, though, they did a fantastic job. And they solved that one all the way through, solved all the problems as well. They might try to cover up. But we will see if there's going to be a plush out position from what we've seen. But right now, RRG have had a very conspicuous start to their gameplay. Hopefully they will be able to do something against the guys from the likes of No Pressure and the rest. Well, we will see how possible that can be. RJC in a world of hurt with No Pressure putting the pressure on them as Reverb and Baby are both knocked out of their senses here, but still a chance for them to get themselves back to at least a stronger dropout, but doesn't look like that will be the case though. But RJC, they need to make sure that they can close the gap further, because it looks like it's going to be a rough one. Spikey gets caught out there by Shiva. Taking the M400, does he goes get trade-off, or the trade-off he was expecting, but Shiva continues to mount the pressure on them as well. And he switches over to a projectile, smarter, more efficient, more effective. Right, trying to... What? Oh, it's going to be 1,000 aura. It does take the hit. They're going to have to press forward now. RJC are not going to let this one slide. Not even any chance for them. DBS to the rooftops. DBS to the top drawers. Life now. They take another hit. Let's see, that gets the angle, but he will not survive the DBS. That comes straight out of the drop zone there for RJC. 4 eliminations for them. And it's a fantastic start. And the map gives a little bit of a call or collect scenario here from what we've seen. That gives them some ideas on how they want to make something happen for all their good intentions right now for Mazor. Mazor gave us a little bit of an idea of what they were trying to accomplish, and we saw that in full swing. Didn't work out the way they did though, but they showed us a little bit of something, a lot of potential from what they planned. Indeed. Basel City up quite nicely in the northern side. La Cabrera, Crater Fields, El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, Power Grid, Pecado, and even all the way down to the graveyard, San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. Even with a little bit of Monte Nuevo in the mix there, it is still any one of those areas. That is where you want to be right now. That is where you want to call home. That is where you want to wrap things up. It is all's wells that ends wells here. It's still very problematic. If they can't seem to find the rhythm, it's going to cause a lot of problems for them. But either way, it's still very exciting for some of these teams who haven't gotten the opportunity to get a little bit more action from what we've seen so far. But even at that, Rage from B13, he has been having a little bit of a tough start here from what we've seen so far, and that is perfectly understandable, as you can see. But Green Wolf is probably going to have to see this one out, because he is on the horizon. This is what they have on display. It's two as well. The shiftiest one. But it has worked in their favor as B13 will lose Mazakaza. That should be the end of the road for him as well. And a lot of teams in the trying to play this one a little bit more central. Still yet to find those teams that have the knack for closing out games. We do have a lot of teams that like to start very quickly. Rage still knocked away though for B13. And Royal Academy, well, looks like that's going to be the end of the road for Rage as he gives up the ghost. Leaving two of his teammates, I believe, defend Royal Academy off. Blaze is not going to take that one lying down. He gets the angle on Hypnos. Knocked away here. And this is where it's about to get very, very problematic. Coming through there. Green Wolf sends a couple shots across. Can't seem to find the opener. But his position does get compromised. Smoker tries to pop through. Couple more Yangs through again. Yang is behind though. 001. And he might be David O. Popping through again. Shots lying up from Green Wolf. He is the real 001. He does get the drop again. Blaze now very low on HP. That was a dangerous peak. And he gets swept away again by the best weapon, the best SMG in the game, the Tommy gun. 3-piece though on the other side from Royal Academy. More have one of those teams to show their potential. They have WRG as well, but they were a little bit complacent in the previous game though. But they learned to stick to the script and see the game through. Pressure stays on though. They roll that one through. They roll it all the way up. And that is the tincture. It's a nice position from what we've seen earlier on, but even at that, it doesn't take away from the action. Smoker finally gets called by Shiva. RJC continue their onslaught as they add to their tally. 5th elimination on the board for them as well. Shiva and Light putting this one to the test. And Riz still yet to find anything. It does give them some cause for concern either way, but they're coming too broad for them. Riz, again, this is it. Again, this is not a transition team. I think that is why they're always struggling, because they do get into those right positions, they do get into the final phase of the circle, but again, because they've not been fighting teams, they tend to take a lot of damage because they tend to run into teams that have been fighting. But if they do get in a 4v4 against a team that has not been also in transition, I think they do come out on top, especially with the likes of MG. But again, Shiva continues to put that work in. RJC have them dialed back. They dial that one in and they lock that one through and they lock that one up. 6 eliminations on the way to 7 for RJC. Shiva starting to feel the rhythm, starting to dance around, get comfortable, get convenient as he packs that one in again. Comfortable sequence here, but it has been very rough, a very rough start for the guys from RJC, but even at that, they're still very equal to the task. A little bit more of a pressure cooker we've seen. I've seen teams do the exact same thing every single time. Proactivity is always the watchword for the day. That gives us context as to how we want to provision ourselves. We've seen teams with the same little bit of concern. We have seen them try it though. So it's been known to work, especially for teams that don't necessarily worry about having all of their players alive. You can see the guys from Moore, same concept for him as well. Too far-fetched. That is giving him a little bit of a problematic action, but Phoenix is not going to let this one slide at all. He's not going to let this one back down. Oh, you love the touch. A quick touch from Phoenix. Baits to the left side and draws the foul onto the right-hand side. Joe now tries to pop through. He's spotted. Watch me. Yes, watch it. Curious spots him, drops him off immediately as well. On the other side is Mazor causing drama on so many different fronts. Again, Shaw tries to pop through, but he will be spotted out. Angry will make quick work of him, and that will be the end of the road for them. Mazor now will utilize this as they will send Intruder back into the lobby. And Kyrgios is the one. He gets the elimination and darts out of there quickly as well. And that is a very, very crash and burn scenario. Not what they were expecting. Not the best draft, not the best draw. But they see it all the way through. They make sure that the job is done. And they make sure that they see all of the accolades being delivered. And there's Fallen Ruthless still on the horizon. And they're on the front lines here. But take a look at that. Fallen Ruthless. They have a very fantastic position. I can't even lie, man. I can't lie. Look at where they are. They're exactly in the perfect spot. You know, this is not even a caster curse. Fallen Ruthless should win. But they only win if double RG get cooked. So Fallen Ruthless winning this game is heavily dependent on double RG getting cooked early or double RG getting stopped by them. That's the only time they win. Anything outside of that, well, it's up in the air, but everything is good for Fallen Ruthless right now. If they don't win, Chad, if they don't win, I'm gonna fly someone to Pakistan. I'm gonna fly someone to Pakistan for PMG. Fallen Ruthless, you guys better win this game. Oh, I don't go make promise. Nobody should clip that. I did not mean that. But either way, right? I expect them to win the game. You know, I expect them to. I really expect them to win the game. But then they have Zedu, who does a lot of bozo things. Because we saw what Zedu did in that last game. That was some bozo stuff, man. Zedu, that one is where you're not living that one down, bro. You are not living that one down. That was some bozo activity coming through from you, man. Bozo activity. Can't lie to you. Very, very bozo activity. If we're being real, if we're really, really, really being real. But either way, action stays within the confines of the game. We all know what seems to be the call, or rather the call and collect, the cause for concern here. Double RG still yet to find anything on the board. Again, Double RG do not fare well in games like this where they don't have eliminations at this stage of the game. 36 players alive, no eliminations for Double RG. They're not usually very comfortable. Fallen Ruthless, on the other hand, this is the kind of stuff they like, really. They don't really care. You know, they do like to finish very strongly. Again, like I said, they do have a lot of information. Playzone has shifted though, yes, but again, as expected, Fallen Ruthless, they're doing exactly what they should be doing, getting themselves into those high ground positions, overlooking the rest of the opposition. Elevate could be a thorn in their side, but again, Elevate have not been very convincing in their performances the past couple of games. So again, but then this is a team that's currently sitting in second place, and I spoke too soon. Thugger goes down, gets knocked away there, but Fallen Ruthless, can they commit high ground? Will they give it away? Well, it looks like they want to, but Zedu, again, too far away. There's a chance for a bozo activity from him if he doesn't lock in right now. Zeba has the angles here. If he can capitalize on this, he might be able to lock this one through. I'm not sure what Thugger wants to do here, though. Are they going to allow for the pickups? I mean, I think they should, because the angles are not favorable for a press here from Fallen Ruthless. I think they will fall ruthlessly if they press this. Mazor will put the guys from wrist to the sword. Clutch goes down immediately. Right now follows suit. Oh, that's a beautiful sequence from Mazor. They have them absolutely surrounded. Kyrgios now with the sidelines as well for his own. And the numbers are starting to rise up for Mazor here. 3 eliminations potential to go all the way up to 4. And they are very, very endemic as they add more and more into the game here. And the ideas into what they want to do. And Triller's tries to pop through from F1. He gets caught as well. I mean, Falling Ruthless, I am surprised Zeba goes down. Okay, that means he's close quarters. It's very close. Oh, Falling Ruthless. Well, there's in a world of trouble right now. Tezino goes down as well. Zeba also follows suit. Well, I spoke too soon for Falling Ruthless. They capitulate. And unfortunate scenes. But like I said, they only win if they eliminate RRG, and RRG don't get eliminated. So chats, you see how I escaped that drop, right? You guys see how I escaped that, right? You see how I did not take accountability and for that little stuff that went down there, right? You guys see that, right? You see that, right? Exactly my point. So nobody should say anything big. I was very, very sure about what I was saying. Nobody should whine me, oh. Looks like Shakid is going to be the next victim. Can they deal with Elevate or can they deal with F1? It's going to be a rough one, but Zedu is there to the rescue. Fortunately for them, Elevate, surely this is their game to win now. Well, RRG is still alive though, so RRG actually has better odds than Elevate right now, but Elevate has a better position. So it's really a matter of whoever survives this ordeal in this area wins this game. So Elevate, if they survive this, they win. If RRG somehow manage a way to scam their way through this position, they also win the game. So it's either one of them. It's either RRG or Elevate that wins this game, realistically speaking now, because it's really theirs to take. So we'll see how that pairs out. I mean, Mazor, a good spot for them, but their rotation is going to be very nasty because Riz Esports still have them dead to rights here. Clutch almost getting pulled out. I'm not sure. Is he knocked? Oh, Clutch was actually knocked. Well, he's flushed as well. End of the road for him as well. No chance for this one, but Shiva continues to cause problems for another one. And Yang is going to be the next one. Looks like Yang is going to be the next one. It's going to be that one. Shots are going to be on the press for Yang as he also gets knocked away. We are in the dire moments now, the deciding moments of the zone. I believe we are in phase 5 or phase 4 of the circle. The northern side very much occupied here by RRG. They're not giving away anything, not giving any joy to any team right now. F1 very much under siege. I don't see them coming out of that box. I don't see them surviving that ordeal either way. Emo, Itachi, could be any of them getting swept aside here. But if they can somehow manage to get a knock, somehow manage to get a knock, then they should be wrapping this one up. But now, it is theirs to win. It is theirs to conclude. It's theirs to wrap up. Mazor, I'm loving the way that they have set themselves up though. But Thugger is not going to back down, not even in the slightest. Melio also making a quick rotational awareness guide set up for the rest of his teams, but Mazor looks like they're in a lot of trouble here with Angry launching a grenade over them. This would be very much poetic justice if the guys from Mo are going to cause problems for Mazor, because they did actually eliminate one of them earlier on. I believe it was Watch Me that got caught out by Kyrios earlier. So he still has an axe to grind here. Angry has to pop through. Federal in the corner. Shakid still very much in the mix. Hypnos goes down to Shiva. I believe Shiva has put belt to backside of the guys from Royal Academy. He has single-handedly dismantled them limb from limb. And Federal gets caught, and he might have just caught a federal case as he's knocked away there. But there's a chance he gets picked up. Niemi goes down, courtesy as well. Shiva again. Shiva's not stopping. RJC problematic nonetheless. Itachi still tries to hold it on. So that's another one that's gonna hold it through as well. Saga gets a drop on Kyrios. Mazor in a world of trouble right now. Crasher goes down. Looks like that's going to be the end of the road for them at the hands of Elevate and F1 working in tandem. They drop another. We're down to 7. 22 players alive. And Triller setting the standards there over to the top side. Elevate are not backing down. They're not letting that high ground position go away. They will milk it until the play zone shifts from that position. But Shiva finally, his cup is full. They finally put a stop to the menace, but not without him dropping bodies on the way though. But I believe RJ still have a man alive to still cause some problems going further down the line there. And Rushbot with the sideline of his own. 3 eliminations. Elevate. Can they elevate themselves to that chicken dinner? Because Pew Pew from Double RG has a dangerous sideline on Devil's position. Do they want to capitalize on this? And here comes Stugger with the minis, and he sprays too. Slazy in trouble, tries to pop through. He's spotted, gives his position all sprays continue from Logic, but not enough to cause enough problems for Photos. He's taking so much damage, and a potato, an Irish potato from Logic as he sprays through, but the bullets, it looks like they're going to be allergic to that position. Oh, Pala. Well. Palliative carries him back. He gave him a little bit of that move, J-Buyer. You have to move all the way back. You're not going to peek again. Double RG showed him. And he's going to learn that one the hard way. Not what he was expecting, but what his helmet is going to learn as he gets packed up. Play zone now, forcing the guys from RRG. That will give RRG the breather that they needed, and they will advance their position. They get a little bit closer to the hillside, and now they will breathe down the necks of Elevate on that high ground position. They're very elevated right now, but there is a chance that RRG will bring them down. Phoenix not going to escape this time. Naomi has the drop on him as well, falls him back into the lobby. Fallen Ruthless still in the mix here. They have somehow scammed their way into the next phase of the zone of the southwestern side. They're not going to let this one slide away. Angry, unfortunately, he will bleed his last as he goes back into the lobby. Slazy and the rest of RRG looking for a way to get inside of that next phase of the zone, and they're very, very capable. Play zone shifts away from Elevate. Trouble in paradise now for them. Melio peaks up, takes a hit from line from RJC. RJC are trying to cause some problems there, but Pew Pew is immediately going to make quick work of Light as he turns him over to the dark side, and that will be the end of the road as he goes back into the lobby. Shakir trying to pop through. He's spotted from all these different angles. Itachi and F1, they're not giving this one a rest. But can they make a rotation without getting spotted? Thugger cannot be complacent. He cannot give away too much space, cannot peek too much, or he will be getting dropped away there. Team 25, F1, trying to make sure that they've got everything lined up before they make a play. Elevate, they know exactly what they have to do here. Thugger is spotted by Pew Pew, and that is going to be a wrap for him. And it might be a wrap for the Raps through. Rush God tries to take a little bit of the pressure off, but unfortunately it does not work the way he was expecting though, but does give the guys from Elevate a little bit of a breather. But Double RG, they can smell blood in the water, and like I said, Double RG, they're not a team that needs all these eliminations. They'd love to win. Slazy's called by Logic, but again, the angles are not going to allow Slazy. They're not going to allow Logic to go for the flush, but it allows for Rushgod to improve his position. The Rushgod is exposed on so many different fronts. Elevates in a world of trouble. He keeps a little bit closer, almost taking damage, and he does take damage. He goes down. RRG in trouble now. Pala has to move forward, get an angle here. Double RG in trouble. 2 players locked away now. Slazy hasn't been picked up just yet. Pala has to pop through again. Over to the right side. Grenade is good. Thugger tries to advance the position. Ghost Up goes down in the same sequence. F1 have drank so much blue zone juice, and it doesn't look like Triller can do anything there. He will capitulate. He will fall to the zone, and that will be the end of the road. Namie on the other side, trying to deal with the guys from Fallen Ruthless, and Fallen Ruthless will finally fall. They drop another Shakir, and Zedu swept away by Lil Boy, and Lil Bro them. He will. Another one on the other side for Ross. They feel it now. They might be able to wrap this one through, and like I said, anyone who capitalizes between these two teams will take this chicken dinner. But Melio, capable of the mix here. He's capable of the task. Pala's not going to let this one slide, but Thugger's position is a nasty sight. But the grenade is even better as he shuts it down. And again, Melio's grenade turns it over to the right side, curves it through. You would think he was wanted, but unfortunately, he will not be this time. 4 strength for the second time. They find themselves in the top 2 finish. Pew Pew still knocked away. Do 4 strength? No. But Moon as well is also knocked away. It is a balanced diet at this stage. It's a 3-8 piece on the other side, and they will try to trade one off into the little corner, but Pala has to fall back. Smokes in the sequence, shielding the vision. Moon on the other side, 4 versus 2 now, I believe. And Melio and Pala, it is all left to them. It is looking very, very difficult, and I spoke too soon. But Pala and Melio, it looks like this one is going to be a very, very tall mountain to climb to get that chicken dinner. Play zone is not going to be favorable in their general direction as well, because 4 strength have occupied the major part of that zone. If Pala gets a knock here, it might be curtains. Lil Boy cannot afford to get knocked away because he's the anchor man. He provides a little bit of cover, allows for them to move forward. Namie's playing a little bit of a quick path into the other right-hand side corner. Q's is also making a dash for it, but take a look at that. Pala moving forward. He spotted. The trade-off is good, but that will be a wrap for Double RG. 4 strength. Their strength is too much yet again. And the job is done. And the game is well and truly solid performance from 4 strength. Again, they get another chicken dinner in back-to-back fashion. 8 eliminations. That is how you do it. Chicken dinner. Solid performance. Double RG almost had it in the bag, but unfortunately for them, they fought the guys from Elevate just a little bit too long, and they learned the hard way, and it costs a lot to be the boss. But ladies and gentlemen, the action continues. 4 games down, 2 more to go. You were watching La Coupe d'Africana, brought to you by 1080, and it is PUBG Mobile Esports at its finest. We'll see you in the next Erangel game for match number 5. Ch- Am I on? Am I on? Like, are we good? Mic check. Come on, man. All right, it looks like back, right? Are we back, chat? ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the technical difficulties that we experienced, but you already know how it is with these things, man. No matter how much you plan for it, something always finds a way to go wrong. But we are back. We are back like we never left. 42 players, 12 teams in the cut. Them are looking. Trying to back and double RG on the front foot. Remember, the goal here is to finish inside of the top 16. And once you do that, you have your chance to get to the final. And if even better, if you're finishing at the top, you do make your way to the finals straight off rip. So, if you know what you have to turn around. You have to show that the job is done. Anyone is on the drop, but again, very proactive. The way we've seen this game come through. The guys from Team Pride have already they start to be on the horizon here. Security. More eliminations, 6 on the count now. Even the guys from Zeus, similar concepts for them. They've done everything right. They've done everything proactively wrong as well. They can't seem to make something out for it, but even at that, not too far-fetched for themselves. And again, they have stayed within the game, though. They've not let this one slip away from them, even on that draw, from what we've seen. It's still a proactive call of events here from the guys from Zeus, but right now, as it stands, Regnum X is leading the charge with 84 points to the good. The guys from RJC place with 83 for strength, in third place with 66, 63 for Zeus. Morris Elevate with 61, Team Pride with 58, and Double RG with 57, Mazor with 54. That is what the top 8 is looking like right now. Remember, where he is inside of that top 8, or rather the top 7. You do not want to get caught out. You do not want to lose your right now on the horizon. Lost their head just yet, but they're really trying to make Neon Outlaws lose theirs, as Beekeeper is going to make a quick dash across the board there. But Neon Outlaws need a chicken dinner, and they need it fast. FL will be pulling up into the mix, and they will be pulling up very well. And they're about to make position. Skinny has a sideline on them, sprays a couple shots there over to Xenos. That's a major game changer for them. If they can't seem to close out the lines, then it could be a major break in transmission for them. But Neon Outlaw are very equal to the task. They are one of the more capable, and this is theirs for the taking. All they have to do is take it. No pressure, doesn't let her wait. Like if it's anything, right, RGX will pull up into this mix. And they're inching closer to Neon Outlaws. Both teams have not secured any elimination. Whoever eliminates the other here is going to have a feather in their for the remainder of this game. And a little bit closer there. Already gathered here. Skinny on the other side, capturing the intel and feeding it across. He does the work, the dirty work. Strength also want a piece of the work to be as well. And they are trading more action there. Double RG, same lens from them. But it's all about this stage. It's all about how well Pressure is on though. Drama is on. More of a chaotic position for double. They've not let this one just slide away. Very intuitive the way they've set up. The game continues to be on task, and stay on track as well. And the Gauntlet team are going to take the initiative, get themselves into a high ground position, and make sure that they put away here. Falling Ruthless, on the other hand, equally on a good start. Pressure mounts. Pressure within the task at hand here. Right now, Ghana crew have been very, very slow to act. There's a couple of teams that have raced. Yeah. They have played their last games. They will not get any more points on the board. All they have to do now is wait. And this is this part, waiting for the job to be done. One else who won just enough to guarantee yourself a top 7 finish. The likes of Team Pride, this is an advantage for them because they know that if they finish strongly, the job is done. Same goes for Double RG and Mazor. Even the likes of Elevate and Zeus and Force Strength. They know that a good performance in these last 2 games is going to be a wrap. They know that if they do everything right here, they will close this down. And that is where it gets very, very, very hectic, very proactive either way. The game is the game here. Maroon gets caught there by Tazino, falling Ruthless, and that's let this one back away. Pala is going to have to chase him down. Beautiful sequence of shots there. Pala takes another hit from Double RG, but he tried to escape. Hughes had him down, but gets him knocked away. And Onyx next one to go down. Force Strength, not strong enough off those 2 chicken dinners that they secured. But that is the cost of doing business, about to be paid in full. Double RG on the other side. More pressure on them though, because they know what they have to do is hold the lines here. And Beekeeper's trying to pop through. The other is going to be popped off, but he immediately tries to take one off, and Beekeeper is immediately going to take more, trying to manage the expectations, but that will be the end of the road for Neon Outlaws, and Beekeeper will have to keep himself all the way back there. End of the road for them. And I believe all they have now is one more shot, one more chance to see this out, to finish inside of the top 7. And the game starts to get a little bit more cumbersome for them again. Pressure lacks in depth. High pressure situation. Very nasty cause for concern here for the guys from RG. If they can press this, they might be able to come out on top here. That is a very, very long dramatic change up here for guys from the team. But they do manage it. Fallen Ruthless have their sights on B13 this time around. Trying to make something here. You know. They're up to 7 now. 30 players alive. 9 teams in the mix. XYZ gets called by Logic. Wickman follows suit. Wickman gets flushed. XYZ follows as well. But a grenade from Pew Pew now is going to connect to Double RG. Logic also goes down. Fazzo also getting caught. Regnum X in a world of trouble here. Slazy gets caught in that exchange, immediately getting knocked away, but not before the grenade drops and does the job. They were expecting it to do. And that is the front line. The Maya hook, line, and sinker. Like, could be very proactive here. Shots flying all over the place though. Pew Pew's trying to hold the fort for his lonesome Razor. Having a rethink about this. That's a fantastic grenade as well, and he immediately shuts the door. And the guy from Regnum X could be in a world of trouble here. Mazor trying to hold the lines inside. They are getting boxed in. That's a beautiful Molotov. Shuts it down immediately and does not give breather. Does not give room for them to rethink actions. Zeus, on the other hand, have to reposition themselves nicely so that the job is done. Falling Ruthless. Crews have got 8 on the board now for the we are having to add with every single shot, with every single elimination. They continue to put died. Regnum X also trying to hold through. Yo play. Hopefully will get picked up. But it is going to happen. Immediately emerges from the strikes away there from Azor. They're up to 4 eliminations. They are trying to keep this together, trying to keep it very compact. It's going to have to be a quick transition and a rotational play. Federal is trying to block the lines. Smart play from him, but they're being Quilla. Oh, what a pull! What a pull out from Tezito. Gets the job done. Set up through left side. Couple more shots into the corner, but again he can't find it. Sequences immediately goes. Just roll up on Slazy. He gets the shot through, pops out as he moves. Slazy's gonna get slain, and another jump show for Co's Madness. Melly is gonna take one through and launch a grenade over the tide. Tries to connect it. It does do a little bit of damage, but it's not enough to shut it down. Regnum X on the other side. The corn in this exchange here. Crasher not gonna back down. Viper exposed. Knocks him clean off as well. Not what he was expecting, but it is what he has to deal with because Mazor has the other side exposed there. Crasher does not want to give any the smoke with all the action over to that side. But Melio is not aware that that position is not where Crasher is lying in wait. And Melio has to be careful. His position has been compromised. We know exactly where he is. Oh, grenade from Crasher. And I'm not sure he's aware that that one almost put Melio on his back. And if he can launch another one touches all his here to turn this around. But unfortunately, Melio will live to fight another. More sprays now coming from Fadzl. RGX and not backing down just yet. Crasher continues to be a thorn in the side of both teams. He changes the narrative here, and he tries to do something special, but unfortunately for him, he can't seem to break the lines. And now for make a dash across the park there. Viper spots through, more sprays coming through again with the MGP3 Saber. And now the opening looking for Melio pops through. Here comes the guys from RGX. Viper spotted, almost getting dropped off into the corner. Blazo right outside. Melio goes out to him, immediately falls victim to the S12K from Fanzo's position, and he drops another. Now the shots go. Pew Pew over to the other side. Vibe not get any venom, blown his way and falling ruthless. Zedu, the man that capitulated the last era, will not capitulate this time, as he will get the chicken dinner for falling ruthless. Falling ruthless will fall upwards and get themselves that chicken. That is how you do the job. That is how you do the job. That is how you finish strongly. That is how you wrap things up. Falling ruthless, showing their ruthless in the final third. Could have been any game here, but they do the job what the job they have to, they see the game through, and they make sure that everything stays in tandem. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a job well done for Fallen Ruthless. 5 games down, one more chance to get to the finals of La Coupe de Africana. So do not touch that dial. We'll be right back to bring you the last game, the last Miramar, the last La Coupe Gauntlet stage. B13 under siege. It looks like Team Pride have them under siege there. And 0001 gets caught out and knocked away there, immediately getting flushed. Quilla also gets flushed as well. Or I spoke too soon, as he does take a hit there. Team Pride, the fondest of stars for them as they lose out. I was going to a little bit of a problematic position. XYZ goes down as well. And Team Pride, one of those teams that is sitting on the very, very cusp of that top 7 position. Looks like they have lost another. Oh, and that is going to be a third going to the tier. They lose out their third player. Looks like Yen is about to do a 3-piece on them. And it is Yen and Wickman coming in clutch. Seeing the game through. No glass lens. No disconcertment. It's a solid performance from them. 5 eliminations. And Double RG have a duty to finish this game as strongly as they've done in the others. Cannot afford any slip-ups right now. all dangling across the board there. It's been a very intricate set up of plays coming through from these teams so far. Team Pride being one of those teams that they haven't faltered as one would think. They'll probably try something as well differently this time around. But they have had a good start. 5 eliminations, 2 players alive. If they can secure a couple more points, might be able to put them just over the top. But right now, as it stands, we can only be sure of Team Pride. Let me be sure of Team Pride. I said Team Pride. We cannot be sure of Team Pride. We can only be sure of RJC and RGX, I believe. And I believe maybe Force Strength with a double chicken dinner today. I'm not too certain of Fallen Ruthless and Double RG though. You know, just based off of that last performance, but it is still theirs to win. Still very much theirs to lose as well. And it stays within the confines of the game either way. And again, there is a lot of ideas here coming through, but Curious from Mazor has other plans. He does manage to make something happen, come up onto the lines there, but Yen goes down to B13. But Wickman is there to even the score lines as Mazakaza also gets knocked away. We're going to see if whoever comes out on top there, but that will be the end of the road for Team Pride. I don't know if they've done enough to qualify for the finals. They did put 5, I believe, on the board to add a little bit more to what they got. But again, I'm not too certain. I'm not too sure. Right now, Elevate onto the horizon there. They've kept it very stringent. I don't understand why it has been very stringent on their part. All of us staying productive though, Mazor. We have one of the teams that has the potential. Potential of turning something around or of churning it out. And again, it's periodic. The way they've set about themselves, we've seen that for RGX. Right now, if you're currently sitting on that cusp, going to need a little bit more to get yourself over the edge there, or get yourself over the line. Pressure stays on though for Mazor.
because I believe they're one of the other teams here who have quite tried their best to put on a face a solid performance, but they have been quite inconsistent. And that is a potential for her to have but we'll see. Pressure for Elevate though. Very prolific start. Turning off what they had. One of the other beekeeper goes down to close him down. That guy going to be the last man left for Neon Outlaws, and again it has been a very, very, very huge struggle for Neon Outlaws. As you can see, that central position just out of Impala, the eastern side, covering a little bit of ground there. Now with the playground, the play zone, a little bit slower for RGX here because they are, again, Kaletigi gets called, Viper follows suit, RGX again on the pressure here. Viper, that grenade was not too visible for him as he does cut him all the way down to size. And on the other side of it, again, Zeus having a little bit of a banter scenario on the other side. They're gathering a little bit more intel to make sure that their press is going to be one that leads to something. I'm not sure what Try Again is trying to do here with the Winchester. I would be impressed if he does deal any form of damage from this distance. Again, you have to respect the 45 ACP at this range though. But is it realistic? Could it be proactive or rather reactive, as the case may be? Regera is going to have to set this one out nicely. G1 also losing Elevate. Close that one down as well. Right with a sightline of his own, but he had no idea that the bullets were going to come back in full force, and he does take a hit. it is a rise to the top side and a rise to the occasion for him as well. For double RG, for strength, showing strength and resolve, trying to make sure that they see this one through. It is going to be a very rough call for them again if they can't seem to manage it on the other side there. But here comes Lil Boy now for full strength, adding a little bit of dynamism to the shot as he fire through. And again, he tries to pop that one into the corner there. No chance for him though if he can't seem to manage it on the other side. Full strength now. Again, they have been a very consistent side the past couple of games. Estivo is going to be caught and pulled out of his vehicle, my little boy. And that is a good start for them. Galetigi on the other side as well for... Ooh, well, that would have been something special for RGX if Fazo was not going to be careful enough. Does get dropped off to the side there. Viper keeps it very close. Close to the vest, close to the chest as well. Nothing untoward. Pew Pew with a plan to escape the terrain, trying to hide the position that they have found themselves in, especially that high ground area. Has been a little bit of a drawback for them, but even at that, it still does give cause for concern. The horizon showing exactly what is on display here. We still have 11 teams very much all fighting for that chance to stay within the La Coupe de Africana. And Tomas, for Zeus, they need this win. Every single team here needs this win, maybe except for the likes of RGX and for strength. But I think everybody else needs a win here to make sure. For some, it is to get into the final directly, and for some, it is to avoid going home tonight. But who's going home tonight? Well, we're about to see how possible that could be. Play zone is on the horizon there, and it starts to dwindle down and make quick work of most of the opposition teams who have not decided to start making that quick move into the central part of the zone. Having to avoid engagements there. Thorfinn, as you well know, Mazor has to win this. A win for Mazor, there is a huge chance that it puts them into the final. But anything outside of a chicken dinner, it is going to be a very, very difficult math calculation for them on that side as well. Gonna have to try it several times. But again, they are confident that they will see this through. We will see how possible it can get and how potentially they might be able to lock this one down. It is going to be on the front lines though, either way. But again, they lock it through, get a little bit more tactical with it. But Aatrox now setting sights on Devil, and he might be telling him to get behind him as he drops him all the way through. Mazor will go for it. Aatrox gets the drop on Devil. This is the opening that Mazor have been looking for, and this is the easiest start, the easiest route to stay inside of the game that they need. A winner chicken dinner for Mazor here will all but guarantee a place in the final, but at the cost of someone else, and that someone could be Team Pride. We don't know. We're not aware. We don't know who's going to take that place in the top 7 spot. The roll up. It is on. It is on for all of them now. All you have to do is stay within these confines and wrap this game up. Either way, the job will be done. It will be wrapped up. It will be racked up. And here we go. Slowly but surely. Reducing the deficit. Zeus is another team that needs this win. So does B13. Any of these teams who take that chicken dinner will get a place in the final. And they know this. That is why they cannot afford to make any mistakes going forward. This is where the stakes are high. Still 30 players, all with dreams of making it into the cup final. All with dreams of seeing themselves under the lights at PMTO and going out in a blaze of glory. Talking about going out in a blaze of glory, B13's Blaze gets caught in the transitional moment there. Had no idea he was under siege, but he gets snuffed out immediately as well. And ABCD. Thorfinn also has a onset of having to pull into position, and here comes Aatrox now. Mazor, this is what they need. This is exactly what they have to do. What a fantastic grenade, and that is a 2-for-1 special. But Federal gets caught by Moon for 4 strength, and this is not what they wanted. They lose Federal. Mazor cannot afford to lose out here. They need to win the game to make sure they do not fall away to last chance, because that is the gulag, that is the realm of Hades, and that is not where they want to play, not even that close. They cannot be caught playing out in that area, not even as a joke. Nobody wants to play in the last chance qualifier. Everyone wants their foot in the door. Everyone wants to make it to the finals, as we have lost another team, down to 26 now. Aatrox had to be very careful with that one, manages to escape the danger, but 4 strength still have him in the sidelines. And the shots might decide to start flying through here to cause problems for Mazor. But Crasher has to absorb a lot of that pressure. Kyrios is still very much around the area, gathering some more intel and stacking up on utilities for the final third. There might be no chance to press on a little bit closer here. Pala with the shots flying through to Aatrox. Kyrios is in the off angle there. They have to be very careful not to commit all of their bodies or all of their utilities here, because it's going to cost them. Playzone has shifted away though, and it moves over to the northeastern side. And now Razor and Slazy will having to advance as well. Playzone is not too far out of reach for him. Finds a little bit of a space to move forward with Q's of all strength, wrapping the bandages around. Getting more confident with each step. Onyx. This has been the singular addition to this lineup for 4 strength. Does get a little bit more problematic going into the final phase of the zone here. I believe we are in zone 5. And that is a drop and a half. And Thorfinn hitting the emotes. And Crasher is going to get caught there. Looks like he crashes and burns out of the lobby. And now G1, Fama, Ghana with a little bit of a spicy play here. And they need to make a quick advance into the zone. And potentially we'll be running into the guys from RGX here. And that is not who you want to run into. That is absolutely not who you want to run into. Similar sequences here. Almost getting caught out. They make a quick dash into the next phase of play. 4 strength and I have an idea of how they want to play this one. Playing a little bit over to the northwestern side, spinning across the board here. Onyx with the same idea, and here they come. G1 also making a quick dash across the centerfold there. Pala from Double RG on the western side of Lil Boy. But Fama will not advance any further. Force Strength add another one to the tally. Moon, as you can see, he climbed over the vehicle there. And he climbed over that opposition player. We're down to 9 now. G1, the latest victim at the hands of Force Strength. Force Strength on the verge of doing something absolutely diabolical here, getting a third chicken dinner in 4 games. That would be one for the books. But we are about to see if they do have what it takes, if they will see this one through. And maybe on the other side again, Mazakaza has been taking a hit as well. He spins around the corners there. B13 have been fighting tooth and nail, and they have lost 2 in all of that fighting. Rage and Blaze, they did go out in a blazing rage. Mazakaza looking for a place in the zone, but there's so many bodies already there who made the right calls, who made the right plays, and Mazakaza almost making it into the shack, but unfortunately Slazy had other plans as he knocks him clean off. And Double RG now utilizing a little bit of a closer space into the zone there to squeeze the guys from B13 even tighter. Force Strength also on the other side trying to make the exact same play, but unfortunately there is no chance. There is no time. Playzone is already on the move in the next couple of seconds, and Mazakaza is going to cause some problems from them as well. No dice in the other side. No cause for concern. If you're not Double RG right now, if you're not Zeus, there will be hell to pay if you do not commit. Zeus with the sideline. 6 teams left. 4 strength. Mirroring upwards. And here comes Onyx and the rest of 4 strength. Now is now or never. They're blazing forward. We're down to 5 teams now. Another one bumps the dust. Double RG now blowing them away. Pew Pew pops through. And it is from Miramar sequences. We saw them win Miramar in the last game. Can they do it again? 4 strength, showing so much strength. Kyrios from Mazor is still alive, but I spoke too soon and he's blown away. Have they done enough with that performance? They did get some eliminations there. They did get some placement points, but was it enough to overthrow the likes of Team Pride and get themselves into the final? Well, we're going to have to find out at the end of the game. But Moon goes out to the blue zone, gets popped away on the other side. No chance for him to crawl into the next phase of the zone as he goes down as well. Swept over to the side there by Stone and Zeus. This might be the best start that they've had, but RGX might have other plans to wrap this one through in a 3-1 split. That's a fantastic grenade from Slazy as he launches that one over the top side again. Can't seem to find the drops inside, but Cuse goes down courtesy of Pala. RRG have been a thorn in the side of 4 strength every single time they have locked horns, but last time 4 strength came out on top. Can they come out on top again? Can they show dominance over the guys from RRG? Doesn't look like it's going to be the case here because Zeus, they're looking for that chicken dinner. They want the chicken dinner. That is the only result here that will matter, that will potentially put them into the finals and knock out the guys from Team Pride. It is a major shift here. If they can do this, it will be a big definitive factor. But Onyx from 4 strength is still there as well. So is Lil Boy. Those are the gatekeepers of the zone. Those are the only 2 players that are stopping the guys from Zeus from capitalizing on that space that cuts between the ridge of 4 strength and Double RG. And on the other side as well, Pew Pew now trying to make sure that the guys from 4 strength and RGX do not advance even further. Slazy and Pala are being tasked with playing over to that western side to make sure that there is no joy and there is no breathing room. But the play zone now already on the move. 4 strength with similar ideas and similar ideals, but I spoke too soon. Grenade from Kevin Baby drops through, and Onyx is going to be the victim. He gets knocked away in the shack. Lil Boy spotted. He pops through. The moment he raises his head, it will be cut off. It will be taken off. 4 strength showing their strength, but no dice this time. There is no way he makes it in. The play zone not too favorable as he bows to the concept of that angle. No chance for him. Zeus now getting more confident, getting bolder and bolder. They can feel the Lacop in their hands. They can feel the PMGO within their reach, within their grasp. Lil Boy goes down. Now down, we're down to 3. Double RG, Zeus, and RGX. Zeus is the only team here that needs this win more than the others. A chicken dinner now for Zeus, surely. We'll put them in the right place. We'll put them in the right score. But they have to make sure that the job here is done to perfection. They need the eliminations as well. And these are the big dogs they're going up against. Is Double RG on the other side and RGX on the other. And now they have to make sure that these two teams take each other out instead of focusing on them, because Kevin Baby plays over to the right side and over commitment coming through there from Fazzo and Kalitugi, and again the guys from RGX in a beautiful sequence there, but Viper starts to strike. It is RGX now putting work into the guys from Zeus. They get the knock. Zeus Stone tries to pop through, Slazy is exposed, and take a look at that. RGX, they've got it exactly what it takes to fight on both fronts. They've got the numbers, they will trade one off. Pala is still very equal to the task here, and Kalitugi has to be very careful though to hold the lines here against the guys from Double RG. It is going to be very difficult. It is going to require a whole lot of concentration and a whole lot of utilities, but Zeus will be back up to full strength, back to full, back to back, and back to strength. Again, the guys from RGX trying to hold this in. FL in unison there with 4 players alive, but it looks like Double RG, they want to take on the guys from Zeus instead, and here they come. They clash into the building, but Pew Pew, the first one to go down at the history of Thomas, and he backs him in. Kevin Baby immediately with the S12K packs him up, and that will be another elimination going into the way of Zeus, and Zeus are inching closer and closer to that chicken dinner. Double RG will capitalize on that one and get the angles right, but again, Zeus need a chicken dinner. Anything outside of a chicken dinner is not good enough. It is not going to get them into the final. They have to make sure they deal the damage across the board for every single team here. Lakop hangs in the balance. PMGO dreams and aspirations hang in the balance as well. And Zeus is trying to hold this one through, but the Blazon has shifted away much more northern. And Tomas has to play a little bit closer to Double RG. And Xenos is there lurking in the shadows, lurking like Viper as well. Palabala gets caught. He's knocked away. And that is the opening that they've been looking for. Elimination stretched away there for Stone. Can he turn to Medusa? Can he turn them into stone and stop them in their tracks? Doesn't look like it will be the case. And Kevin Baby's caught out. He's going to be knocked away by Fazzo with an S1K. And this is a crumbling position here for Zeus. They cannot afford to make mistakes. Viper gets caught out again in the 1v1. Slazy's going to knock him clean off as well, but Slazy goes down to Stone, and Zeus are not going to back down. 8 eliminations now for the guys from RGX, and again trying to pack through, and Fazzo gets the angle on him. Fazzo goes for the second, and Fazzo unfortunately is no match for Thorfinn. Immediately goes for the flush down, and now it all left to Kalitugi. Can he get his teammate picked up? Zeus have to make sure that the job is done here. Tomas is going for the pickups. He's making something happen, but Kalitugi has to press forward. He has to make sure that Zeus will not take this chicken dinner away. He's pressing forward. A couple more sprays, but someone has been picked up. Tries to play into the corner. Groza in hand for Kalitugi. Tries to throw for the other side, and Kalitugi immediately drops him all the way clean off. RGX are about to put belts to backside now to the guys from Zeus. Zeus, will they be able to ascend to Olympus? Will they be able to take this one away from RGX? It's not looking possible, and they will be stopped in their tracks. That performance from Zeus almost all the way through, but it was not enough. It was not enough. The chicken dinner slipped away from their fingers, and they do the job of doing everything they could, but they did not see it through. Solid performance from Zeus, but the guys from RGX just were a tough pill to swallow, and I'm not sure Zeus did enough to get themselves into the finals. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. That is the beauty of La Coupe d'Africana. That is the beauty of the math. We are going to solve the math on the social media, I believe, because I don't know if we have the results ready here and now. So I guess it's just gonna have to be on socials. Congratulations to the finalist teams, the top 7 teams that have made it. I'm pretty sure RGX, RJC, Double RG, and Force Strength have made it. Those 4 teams, I'm certain. But as for the rest, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Team Pride got eliminated early. Mazor, I don't know if they did enough. Zeus, I don't know if they did enough. It's anybody's game at this stage, but ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. So make sure you follow 1080 on all social media platforms, stay up to date, and we'll see you at the group stages.